will include not only a presentation by the applicant, but also the ability for the public to speak. It is required by North Carolina law that we swear in any witness, and therefore, if you intend to speak at this hearing, I'd appreciate if you would please stand so that the oath may be administered to you by the town representative. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we get going here, I want to make sure that any previous communication with the Board of Adjustment is identified. I can tell you right now, I'll be the first one to speak. I had a phone call from Mike Dickman before I was even aware that this was an issue. Mike called me one day and said, I want to talk to you about the cell phone tower. And I said, what cell phone tower? So I told Mike that it was inappropriate and prohibited by law for me to speak with him. And therefore, he accepted that and we hung up. I also know that there were a number of emails, gotten 9 myself, I believe other board members have gotten them as well. There were emails that were sent by various parties, and I appreciate your efforts to contact us. There has been no response to those emails other than through Chad Sturdumsky, and that is, I believe, totally appropriate.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did respond to probably a very high percentage of those emails. Probably the only ones I did not respond to are the ones that came in yesterday afternoon and early this morning. Just want to let y'all know that the board did put it on the record. The board did forward me all emails and phone calls that was presented to them, and I was the one that responded to those emails.
Okay. Has anyone else got any contact that they should disclose?
No.
Okay. If not, let me just ask one other thing. Probably everybody here has got one of these in their pocket, and if somebody has two, yeah, I appreciate it if you either shut them off or put them on silent mode. Our effort here is
Check.
to be
Oh, there.
efficiently and without any problems along the way. So this is a public hearing regarding an application by Dish Wireless and Optima Towers 4. It relates to Article 6 and Supplemental Regulations 7.30 regarding a special use permit request for a cell phone tower to be erected at 910 Shoreline Drive. I think, Chad, unless you need anything else, I believe I give the floor to you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Board, thank you.
He's already done. He's already been sworn in.
Okay. This hearing date, thank you for today, is June 30th. Case file number is special SGP 2021-01. Applicant is Jonathan L. Yates for Optima Towers the 4th and Dish Wireless. Jonathan.
I think we need to go through this first.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Before we move forward with the town's presentation, I just want to make sure that each of the persons sitting on the board today doesn't have any financial interest in the outcome of this particular application.
We have done.
Okay. None. Okay. And I would also like to make sure that no one has a fixed interest and already decided this matter before it's being heard before the board. Okay. The final question I have is to make sure that none of you have a close personal relationship with anyone that's involved in this application.
We don't.
Okay.
Pardon me, I wish you would introduce yourselves when you speak. We don't know who you are.
My name is Jennifer Carpenter. I'm the town attorney today. I'm from Grady Richardson's office.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Good.
Does anyone have any objection to these members sitting on the board today? Okay, Jack.
right.
Thank you.
Jonathan L. Yates for Optima Towers IV and Dish Wireless applicant on behalf of Island Investments LLC, the owner, is requesting the approval of special use permit for the construction and operation of a telecommunications tower. Section 6.04 of the Town of Sunset Beach's Unified Development Ordinance classifies this use as a telecommunication tower. Subject property is approximately 1.6 acres in size and is located at the address at 910 Shoreline Drive West and approximately 230 feet from the intersection of Oyster Bay Drive and Shoreline Drive West. The subject property is zoned MB1, mainland business, and may be further identified by the Brunswick County parcel number 2550245. Zoning district of the property. The subject property is zoned MB1, mainland business zoning district, according to the Town of Sunset Beach's Unified Development Ordinance. Section 6.04, Table of Uses, telecommunication tower is a permitted use via special use permit. Project description. Optima Towers and Dish Wireless propose a 150-foot concealed monopole-style wireless communication facility. The proposed facility will be placed on the property of Island Investments LLC, which is located at 910 Shoreline Drive, Sunset Beach 28469. It is designated as PID 255000245. This is a very important facility for Dish Wireless. It improves the coverage and expands the wireless capacity for both voice and advanced data in the area of Sunset Beach. The concealed wireless communications facility consists of a 150-foot concealed monopole and placement of all carrier ground equipment inside a new purpose-built building. The ordinance requires a monopole or self-supporting lattice tower to be set back from a minimum distance of 5 feet from the adjacent property lines and shall also be set back from any residential property lines 50 feet. The proposed concealed wireless telecommunication towers facility easily meets those requirements. This actual setback is 80 feet from the front, 150 feet from the rear, 135 feet from the east side, and 109 feet from the west side. The proposed concealed wireless communications facility has been designed for Dish Wireless and at least 4 additional broadband carriers. Optima will make the space available for additional broadband carriers at commercially reasonable terms. The closest telecommunications tower is 250 feet, self-support, located 2.58 miles away. Site and driveway access. On the existing property, there is currently a driveway access to access the existing Brunswick County pump station. Optima Towers is currently plans to use that access and will be working with the NCDOT for allowance to use the access. Optima Towers will be working with NCDOT to confirm the state driveway permit need to be updated or obtained and will receive approval before the use of the existing driveway is allowed. Landscaping and buffering, I did work with the applicant. Landscaping and buffering around the building and the tower does meet the requirements of the UDO. If there's any signage to come along with that, it will be a staff applicant approval that will be permitted at a later date, which is normal procedure. Public notification for the proposed has been placed in the Brunswick County Beacon. I think it's been at least advertised in three separate runnings of that. Adjacent property owners in the property has been notified. The sign advertising for the public hearing was placed on the property. Basis for granting the SUP. The questions will be asked by the Board of Adjustment during the hearing are located in section 405C, 6A through G. These questions has been provided and answered in, if you look in your agenda package, it should have been attachment 1. You got the application. The applicant did provide questions and answers to those. Unified Development Ordinance compliance. This subject property is zoned MB1, mainland business, and according to the Town Sunset Beach's Unified Development Ordinance, telecommunications towers, it is a permitted use via special use permit. Upon receipt of approval, the SUP will act as a zoning approval for the project, and if any building permits are needed, require for proper permits to be pulled in accordance with North Carolina State Building Code and Sunset Beach's building procedures. Town of Sunset Beach for future land use compliance. The subject property is classified as in the future land use plan as a mixed use and a comprehensive CAMA land use plan. This future land use category provides access to commercial, retail, office, and limited residential uses. Desired uses in this future land use category according to the CAMA land use plan is commercial retail and institutional, upper story residential, vertical mixed use, planned unit developments. Inappropriate uses that can be considered for this standalone residential development, not including as part of the planned unit development. Applicable zoning districts and according to the CAMA land use plan. And when I say the CAMA land use plan, this is the future land use plan that was adopted that really projects out the town probably 10 to 20 years in advance. So if we were to take that into consideration, if we were to ever redo or adopt a new UDO, these are the kind of parameters that would be looked at as we forego in looking at redoing a document. So applicable zoning districts for classifications, if we were to look at redoing this, would be MB1, an MB2 district, or a MUD or a mixed use district, which we have a MUD district in our town already. The proposed use has support in the CAMA land use plan by one policy and is in conflict with no policies. Policy 18B, the town will continue to enforce current development ordinance and local building permit processes in order to achieve a desired balance between commercial and residential development. Adequate buffering between residential and commercial development will be required. And you have your attachments. Again, this is zoned mainland business 1, and it is a permitted use via special use permit inside the town of Sunset Beach. So if y'all have any questions for me.
No questions.
Okay.
I believe we are therefore at the point where the appellant or their attorney may present their case. I would remind both the appellant and anyone who is going to speak to the public that the board does not act on hearsay. It requires competent personal knowledge, actual facts, things that can be substantially verified, and that the board is under obligation to take into consideration all of those before it makes its decision. So I thank you for your input. I call on the applicant now. Morning.
My name is Scott Holmes. I am with the law firm of Murkison, Taylor, and Gibson out of Wilmington. On behalf of the applicant, we feel we do have a good project that's going to provide some additional services to the residents of Sunset Beach, and that also does meet the ordinance requirements. Initially, I just wanted to ask that the application, the materials that have been submitted by the applicant are entered into the record formally by this reference, and also, if I can, any materials that are presented when they're up here talking as well. With that, I would like to call on Mr. Jonathan Yates and Mr. Keith Powell on behalf of Optima Towers. And we also have Mr. Stephen Kennedy and Mr. John Palmer who can assist, and they're all here to give a presentation and also answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jonathan Yates, Keith Powell with Optima Towers. I know we have a busy morning ahead, but I got to take a quick break and say thank you to Chad Starham-Dusky and the whole town of Sunset Beach. We do towers all over the Southeast. This is our first one in Sunset Beach. I asked Chad 101 stupid questions. He never laughed at me. The professionalism that we've seen by this town is phenomenal, and we thank you. What we're asking for today, and we have a full room, which is never comfortable. It is never the intention of Optima Towers or Dish Wireless to upset folks. We don't want to do that. All we want to do is provide adequate voice and data coverage to that area. That is what we're trying to achieve. The other day, we met with Mike Dickman on site. We know there's some concerns, and we hope we can get to resolution on these concerns if we can. When I started talking to Chad, and when Keith was doing the site work to find the site for Dish, the first thing I did is I looked at Section 730, telecommunication towers. And I said, can we find a site, Keith, that meets all the requirements of 730. We know what Dish wants to do. We know what wireless has to do. You know, when the chairman asked everyone if you have a phone, almost everyone in the room checked their phone. We all use wireless. I started doing this about 25 years ago. And when I did, wireless was something for rich folks or business folks. Now it's a complete part of life. I don't have the data for Brunswick County, but in my home county of Charleston County, South Carolina, 84% of all 911 calls come from a wireless device. Why is that? You're in trouble, you pull it off your hip. It takes me back to a time when I was 17 years old, just starting to drive, and I was in a remote part of Charleston County and I had a blowout. The scariest part of that night was walking up to that farmhouse door and knocking, trying to get a phone to call my folks, not knowing if someone was going to come out with a gun or whatever. I have a young man now starting to drive. If he has a problem, he'll pull this phone, he'll call me, or he'll call 911. So what we do is important. It is important. What we try to do at Optima, we're well aware, we are on a piece of property zoned mainland business 1, a very intensive commercial zoning district. We are well aware that in front of us is the Regency condominiums, Colony is behind us, and the Oyster Bay Golf Links alongside us. So when I took your rules and working with Keith, the rules allow us to build a 200-foot tower. We worked on it. We got it down to 150 feet. We didn't ask for the maximum. We asked for the maximum we needed to provide coverage, not only for Dish, but this facility is also has capacity for 4 other carriers. We then talked about design. Nowhere in this ordinance does it require you to do a concealed pole. And Keith's going to get that in a minute, the difference on what we're doing versus what others have done. But we did the concealed pole. Why? Aesthetically more pleasing. We also did something that I can assure you has never been done in Brunswick County before. The average cell site, you have the tower, you have a chain link fence that surrounds it, and all the equipment in it. We're going to do an architecturally designed building to put the equipment in, so you won't have that fence and you won't have the visible equipment. So on the tower itself, you will not see Dish's antennas. They will be concealed inside. And versus the chain link fence at the bottom with the equipment, we're going to put it all in an architecturally designed building. Before we were able to start working with Chad and get everything together, we had a lot of folks, other folks that had to prove us. Keith, can you show the FAA? The facility was reviewed and approved by the FAA. But I want you to point you to 2 things. First, the determination of no hazard air navigation. At that location, at that height, no problem to air navigation. But more importantly, I also want you to point to another finding the FAA found: marking and lighting are not required. So the tower will have no lights on it. Thank you.
Pardon me, sir. Would you share that with the people here as well?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next, we went to the state of North Carolina. The North Carolina Historic Preservation Office, run by Renee Gledhill Early. They did a review. The state of North Carolina did a review to determine if this would have any effect on national register sites, eligible sites, or cultural resources. And as you can see, it was deemed to have no effect. Then we started, so before we could really get everything together with Chad, we had to deal with the federal government, the state government, and oddly enough, before it's done, I think a total of 9 Native American tribes will also sign off on this project. Any Native American tribe or nation that ever lived or migrated through Brunswick County also has approval rights on this facility. So we're a very heavily regulated industry and a lot we have to get to. When we designed the Tower 2, Mr. Blevenzak, we had the tower certified to the ANSI TIA 222H and the IBC 2018 standards for Brunswick County of 148 mile-per-hour winds. In addition, Mr. Plevenczak designed in a 36-foot fall zone. I don't know about you folks, but I'm scared this year. I live on the coast in Charleston, so wind is very important to me. I hope to the good Lord we don't see 148 mile per hour winds. So our approach for this whole facility, we'll study 7.30, but in every case, how can we do a little better? Let's get the height down. Let's go with a conceal pole. Let's not do the chain link fence with barbed wire on top, and instead let's do a real building so it sort of fits the context. The problem we have with wireless facilities, everyone behind me in this room are good folks. They're nice folks, and they have concerns. I don't discount that. I don't discount that at all. What I want to stress to this board is we've tried. We've tried very hard, not just to meet your rules, but to go a step beyond to make it as palatable as possible. If I'm approved, this site will not produce any noise, odor, vibration, fumes, or glare. When you look at your criteria, when you look at the criteria for approval, we meet them. We meet every single one, but again, we went the extra step. I'm upset that I was not to make everyone happy, but I endeavored to work with them and see if we can make this work. If the site is approved, it takes Keith about 60 days to get it up, 60, 90 days because he has to put a building in. After that dish, we'll only visit about 8-10 times a year. The equipment is operated, controlled mostly remotely. They occasionally have to send a tech in for an hour or so to check on things. So I'll not be creating any traffic on this property. The property is already being utilized as a bit of a utility property anyway. Brunswick Utilities has a lift station and a communication pole of their own on the property. So what we're trying to do with this commercially zoned property is really turn it into a little bit of an infrastructure hub. You have the water hub with Brunswick Utilities, and we will be adding the wireless component. At this point, and I think a picture tells 1,000 words, Keith, do you have a little handout? We're going to get Keith to walk through and try to paint the picture of what we're trying to do. So I'm going to become the easel and the hander-outer, and Keith, I'll turn it over to Keith.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
How are you all? My name is Keith Powell with Optima Towers. Mr. Yates has just handed a packet out to you guys, so it's fairly thick, and I'll try to get through it as quick as I can. But I kind of want to do 4 things with this. I want to show you kind of the existing infrastructure that's what's in place now. It kind of paints a picture of why we need this location. And next thing, I want to show you some, what other sites are out there? What do they look like? What's nearby? Things of that nature so you can see what normally, I think, unfortunately, now that you've talked about a cell tower, you're probably going to see one every corner you look at that used to you probably ignored. So I want to show you what kind of the experience that others have with these, and on not only the towers, but the facility itself with the equipment. Then I kind of want to go through our concept of what we're doing, and then I want to give you some visual examples of what to expect when our site is approved and built. So the first page here, this is the distance to the existing towers nearby. You've got, basically 1.5 miles, almost 2 miles away where most structures are. And so we're kind of in a deficit for facilities. That's just a large distance. Yes, sir.
Sir, pardon me for interrupting. Were we able to get some of this information to the people in the back? Because they also deserve to know what's going on.
I've got other handouts. I'm
Sorry. So Are there just a few of these that were handed out?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I just
I'm
did
I'm
it
not
for-
trying to kill trees, but these people have legitimate concern, and I understand you're trying to, deal with that.
Don't pass that around.
The first one we have here is a board, but
Well, we could share.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's other photo sims. I apologize. I need to.
Take this, we could share, maybe.
However
Yeah,
you would
like
like to
you
do
have
it.
it.
I was not
Pass-
prepared
Pass
to
it around.
provide that. I didn't know that was the case to be provided.
Oh, that's okay, thanks.
So.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Chad?
we are having some technical difficulties this morning. Our audiovisual guy is not here, and he had a conflict where he could not be. So we are doing our best with what we have, and we are doing our best with even having it videoed via YouTube right now, and even having people mic'd up and being able to hear that way. So,
Chad, if I may, we have now received two pretty thick packets of information here.
yes.
Does North Carolina law provide for us to continue this hearing so that all these people can get this information subsequently, either by email or otherwise? I mean, I understand we've already continued this once, and I apologize for that, but I think this is a very significant issue, and I don't want anyone to feel like a decision is made in a vacuum. I'll wait for my counsel to help us out here.
Mr. Chairman, could I just
Sir.
ask a question? Dave Marsland, 910 Oyster Point Drive.
Thank you.
Is the packet that they passed out, was that part of the agenda packet that the town sent out?
It in fact was not,
Okay.
okay?
Different packet?
There are some elevations and things in here that were included in the packet, but there are a substantial number of photographs that I have not seen before.
Because I wanted to just make sure that you're aware when the town of Sunset Beach sent out that agenda and the agenda packet. When I clicked on the agenda packet, only the agenda, it wasn't the whole packet. We received it when the first hearing was supposed to happen, and I went back to that email just to try to open it, and it was a 4404 error. So I'm just wondering procedurally, should we have been given that packet in that email? And apparently it didn't open on my computer, and it got taken off. And then
I'm
the
sorry?
other it got taken off. And then the other question is, for the first hearing, we did receive a letter from the town. When this hearing was canceled, I think we received something saying it was canceled, or it was an email. We never received another letter regarding this hearing for today.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I can, if you would like, you can continue hearing Mr. Yates and Mr. Keith's presentation. At that point, if you would like to take a brief recess, 10, 15 minutes, you would like the public to look over the information, and then we can come back out of recess. That's the best I can do. All right.
So I think that would be, we're all concerned about this, and I want to make sure that we don't unnecessarily delay.
I will also say this, it's not going to be a popular statement, but if you have the information and the board is comfortable with it, I know everybody wants to be fair, but ultimately the Board of Adjustment, you members up here are making the decision today. Okay, so I'll let you.
Thank you. I understand that.
Okay.
I think, with all due respect, that any materials that are provided should be publicly available. And I'm sorry?
I mean, you know, there doesn't need to be any dialogue between the board and the audience. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Cindy, did you have something? Okay. This is this is something that we're not taking very lightly.
Yes.
And I believe that any of the documents that have been provided are provided by competent people, and that there is no effort to obfuscate
Correct.
anything. If it, and I'll look to my counsel for direction here, but I would be perfectly happy to have a 10-minute recess and to have copies of this available for these folks to see, because I don't want anybody to think that there has been any subterfuge here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just make a statement, there's no obligation that the public be provided contemporaneous copies of the information that you're provided. You're welcome to move forward with it, post it on your website. If you want to take a recess, that's acceptable as well, but there's no obligation to do that. And I would just remind you that the public is here to make comments during a particular period of the hearing. It's not an open discussion back and forth between members of the public and the board at this time.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I think these folks understand that after Mr. Yates and Mr. Brown make their presentation, there will be a period for public comment. Notwithstanding the advice that I've gotten, my wife will tell you I don't always follow advice. I would like to make copies of this appraisal and this document available so that these people can take a look at it. Because I want them to understand that no one has come in here with a preconceived notion. We've been provided with a bunch of material. I'm not going to claim that I've seen every page of it as well, but I personally believe that in the interest of an open meeting, that 10 minutes spent to give them a chance to take a look at this stuff would be appropriate.
Mr. Yates, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be right back. If you want to continue, I'll be right
Okay.
back. I'm going to start.
Are you folks all right with that? I'm sorry? You're not okay with that?
Not enough time for us to properly review things. Now, I understand the council says that it's not our job to do that, it's yours. I understand that.
I'm trying to accommodate you.
Oh, I understand.
Mr. Chairman, is there a way that the information, if they have a PDF of it, we could post it on the town's website so members of the public could pull it up and flip through as we go through it with Mr. Yates?
I'm certain that technologically we can do that, Cindy. I think the issue that has been raised is they feel that they did not get information previously and that there is more information being provided now. And so I want this to be very, very clear.
This information wasn't provided to the board previously, am I
It was
correct?
not.
Okay.
It's been provided right now.
Okay.
And I think what the gentleman has raised is the issue that when you give somebody 48 pages or 50 pages in two different documents, I think his concern is how can the board adequately evaluate all that? It's an interesting question. Jed, did you have something else? Okay, so, and I'm just going to ask, would you folks like 10 minutes to take a look at these documents, or should we move forward?
Yeah, I would move forward with the presentation from the applicant. I am running 10 copies off. I'll provide them for this room and that room, and then we can come back from recess and continue.
I mean, I think that's fair to all parties, probably
Okay.
more than fair. Is it beyond what's legally required? Okay, Mr. Brown, I'm sorry for interrupting.
So, so I want to kind of do four things here, and I apologize. I may repeat myself here. I just want to kind of characterize quickly what you've got. You've got a supplemental packet, and I've got four kind of items of goals here. I want to show you the existing infrastructure of kind of the distance between where existing sites are and where we are, and it kind of shows a whole, and you'll see some ladder information of mine or another gentleman up here that there's a hole there, and it's based on there's no infrastructure there. And then obviously we've got some nearby sites in the county, adjacent to the municipality here. And what's the experience and what does that look like compared to what we're doing? Give you kind of a comparison contrast with our application. And then I want to kind of get into our concept, what we're proposing, and then I want to give you some visual examples of what to expect when we approve and build our site here. So that's what I had. It looks like a thick packet, but we'll get through it here real quick. Picture says 1,000 words. So if you flip to page 2 there, these are existing sites over off P Landing Road and, Thomasboro Road, both self-supporters, 250 feet. These structures are lit. The P Landing Road is 400 feet tall. If you go to the next page, we have one over close to Shallotte. It is a 250 footer near Main and 17. Then we have a monopole. It's 180 feet over off Hickman. All these sites are currently in place. You have residential within 500-600 feet to 1,300 feet of those structures. The Thomasboro Road, I don't know if everyone saw in the paper, Brunswick County just approved 2,000 new units and a multi-phase development immediately adjacent to that site. So I think everybody kind of accepts structures around them to obviously provide service, but they obviously have very much a community need. The next page, we have one over here right on the edge of Sunset Beach. It's in the county, but it's over adjacent to Hideaway Road and Beach Drive. And it's 100-foot self-support located in the commercial zone, similar to the MB1, adjacent to residential. And then down at the bottom, this is where it kind of struck my chord when we started working on this. The bottom structure, and even on the next page, this is a structure right at the edge on the north side of the colony too. It is a ATMC, a telecommunications landline facility. They have their equipment inside the shelter and they put a roof on it. And so that made me start thinking, hey, we can do some architectural things with a structure that can house some telecommunications equipment. We have a front side and a side view of showing they have a generator and gas tank and those type issues that you can see. If you flip to the next page, we have 2 existing facilities over at North Myrtle Beach that exist there, and they are similar in structure to what we're proposing here. They are located adjacent to residential, and the photographs, one's at 708 41st Avenue. They have a 150-foot concealed monopole behind it. We're approximately 500 feet away taking this photograph. Got the red arrow pointing at it if you don't pick it up in the picture. The next one's over at 1806 Edge Drive there in North Myrtle Beach also. Very similar. We're 322 feet away. They very much like Sunset Beach have layers of buffers between, houses and streets and anything like that. So it kind of shields a lot of that view from the location. So the next pages are in your packet already, which you've probably already seen. Just the layout of our parcel. We're on a 1.61 acre parcel set up against some existing utilities with Brunswick, a lift station with Brunswick Utilities. And then the next page is just a closed-in view of what we're proposing here. It is in your packet also. Just an overhead view showing where the tower would be. It is concealed monopole. You have all the equipment inside the shelters. So, and we flip next to the concept page, and this is really kind of what we've come up with, thinking it really has some curb appeal. And the photograph that you have there is what Mr. Yates is kind of passing along out there. And this is from the front view of Shoreline Drive, shows the access. All the equipment will be behind the structure there, behind the walls, equipment's inside, HVACs are concealed. You'll have a aluminum roof, board and batten siding, brick veneer on the foundation. So we've got 4 different shots here, one from the left, one from the right, one from the rear. And this is what would back up to the colony from that photograph showing the fence. We have some cut drawings for these on there from Vignette Architecture. showing some elevations, calling out some materials, the front, sides, and rear views. So that's really our concept of what we're kind of proposing here on the structure. So now I wanted to kind of show you should you and any normal person on the street expect to see if we put this facility in place. So what I've done is gone around, I don't know, in between 500-600 feet and probably 1,500-ish feet away from the site. So here's kind of the affected areas. When I say affected, that have a good chance of seeing it. And if you notice on the first photograph map key page, you see just layers of buffering of trees, some of it provided from the golf course, some of it just exists naturally through, over time, trees have grown between lots, streets. So you have kind of a natural ambient tree level of, 70-ish feet or so around here. So that really kind of cuts into a lot of the view. So I've taken 10 photographs and kind of give you an idea of what to expect. So, and we've kind of come up with a partially visible view, fully visible, or not visible. If it's not visible, we've placed an arrow in the profile of where the site would be if you were looking at it. Obviously, if there's a obstruction between there, you wouldn't see it. So if we look at photograph 1 taken from Oyster Point Drive, we're roughly 741 feet away. We've got the red arrow in the center of the profile. Obviously, trees are there, so you won't be able to see it from this angle. So I've placed the red arrow where the tower would be if all the trees were cut down, hypothetically. So photograph 2 is over at the edge of Oyster Bay Drive. So that's what it looks like before. And if you flip the page to, we call it simulation number 2, it shows what the structure would look like. For comparison, it looks very similar to what you saw in the North Myrtle Beach photographs. The tower sticking above the trees is really all you're going to see from roughly that distance in those locations. So photograph 3, we're about 1,500 feet away. And the Colony Place, it's a multifamily there. Obviously, there's layers of buffers between you and it. It's low on the horizon, so you're not going to see it from this location. I've placed the red arrow.
Well, we are going to take a brief recess when these folks are complete. So Cindy's right. I'd appreciate you being respectful.
So photograph 4, we've taken to the north there of Heritage Lane and Beach Drive. Obviously, there is layers of buffers between it. However, if you flip to simulation number 4, it's not visible really to the naked eye unless you flip the picture back and forth, but I've notated it where you might be able to see it between 2 trees. So that's really kind of from that view, you're not really going to see it. If you look a little further east on Heritage Drive, again, a before and then an after with a simulation 5, you see it poking above the trees.
Mr. Brown, if I may, these are all taken from the road.
Yes, sir.
Was any effort made to get up on the buildings that obviously we have some very concerned people to see if they're going to be able to see this? Because obviously they have a different vantage point, right?
I did not. And the way I've really kind of shown this, when you're elevated, obviously what you can see and how far you can see changes. You can see the beach from the back side of, say, the Regency, but on the front side, there's no, other than the front door, there's no balconies and things like that. The Colony is right behind us.
Excuse me, please. There will be an opportunity for the public to speak, okay? Whether you think this man is right or wrong, please be respectful.
I want to choose my words correctly. There are balconies there. There are the front doors. From our viewpoint, the most of the view shed looks toward the bay versus the front. I'm not saying that you can't see the front and all that, so I don't want to misrepresent myself there. But really, the people that are elevated, it will. I'm not going to hide the point. You can see it if you're elevated, okay. But the majority of people that see it on the street, it will be a shielded view. I don't know how to, you can see a lot of things when you're elevated. So regardless of this or other sites or other structures or whatever the case, that normal people can't see on the ground.
Thank you.
So as you go through simulation 6, same thing. It's hidden behind trees. We look down Ocean Harbor Golf Club Drive before and after. It has a partially visible view along Schuyler Drive. Similar, it pokes above the trees. And then photograph 9 and 10 is east on Shoreline Drive, looking back 1,500 feet away. That's not visible. If you get in about 800 feet, we're going to call that partially visible. If you flip the page, can't see the tower, but you can see the building. So what we have done, and for people that can see it, obviously I want to put some memory back to you, sort of the comparisons. The first few pages we looked at were towers that were, self-supporting monopoles that had antennas and structures on the outside of the tower that extend out. Obviously, when you're viewing things, that has a bigger profile than what we're doing. So we've chosen a concealed monopole, very similar to what you see in the North Myrtle Beach style of you're able to, it has a much smaller profile, so it's not being lit and being a much thinner profile, say roughly 4 feet in diameter, plus or minus in there. It is a lot bigger than, say, when you have the antennas, you're probably talking 20 feet wide at the top. So we've really kind of chosen to get very much a concealed to get everything in the pole, so it's very narrow and just has a much sleeker view. And so that way, when you see it in these photographs and when you see it on the street, it jumps behind a tree real quick, and it just, you're just not able to see as much of it as you would if it was a much larger tower.
Mr. Brown, I am not an engineer, so this may be a dumb question. Are the repeaters going to be enclosed inside the monopole, or are they going to be mounted outside?
They're going to be inside. So that's the term that we call this, is a concealed. So what it has a metal spine that they'll clamp the antennas to, and then it has a shroud and a shield that goes across it. So if you look at go to photograph simulation 7.
Okay.
As you see that slick pole.
Yep, that's all people are going to
Yes,
see?
sir. Everything should be inside the pole. That's the way it's designed. Part of that is, that's why it's 48 to 50 something inches in diameter, so you can fit all that in it and fit that around it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a couple some technical analysis here that we have, like Scott said, Stephen Kennedy, and then some other analysis on the property by Mr. John Palmer. So I'll leave it to them.
We thank you very much for listening to our presentation. We know there are 2 more speakers to hear from. And again, what I leave you with, I'm not going to win a popularity contest today, but your ordinance doesn't provide for a popularity contest. The ordinance provides, if we meet section 7.30, we can provide this necessary infrastructure. And what I want you to think about, we tried real hard here, not just to meet the rules, but to go several steps beyond. Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call on Mr. John Palmer to come up, and we'll give his introduction and his qualifications as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's John Palmer. Excuse me, I'm a commercial appraiser. I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and I'm licensed in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia.
Sir,
I'm a designated MAI appraiser. Yeah.
You want to pass these to them? We've got this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yates.
Sorry to interrupt you. Oh, okay. That's fine.
I had 2 cell sites.
Oh.
I'm reasonably certain we have something here that is dated June 26th. Sure. Yep. So all the board members have
Here you
gotten
go.
this at this meeting and not before.
Sorry. Like I was saying, my name is John Palmer. I'm a designated MAI appraiser and a CCIM. I've got about 20 years of a certified general appraiser and about 45 as a realtor. I've done cell tower sites impact studies all over the state. I've done electrical substations. I've done huge mixed-use projects, impact studies. I've done greenways. I've done a whole bunch of different things. I just like weird, to tell you the truth. So, but I've done these for a long time. So when Jonathan called me to ask me to do this, I said, sure. So what I did was, the way you do these things are you look at existing cell sites, and you see if you can find patterns of values, whether they're going up or down or where they're going, based on whether you can see the tower from the site or whether you can't. So I probably looked at 27 sites all over the area. There's 9 in this packet. 2 of them are concealed monopoles, which are the same ones that Keith was talking about. Because what I was looking for was most of the ones around here are not concealed. So I didn't know if there was a pattern that would be attributable to whether it was concealed or not concealed. So I looked at those, and then I boiled the data down. That's what you've got in your packets. The methodology is, what I did was I went back in history and looked at the deeds, and then I tracked it based on time and whether there was an increasing value over a period of time. I didn't go past probably 2008 because we have all the economic swings. So I was looking for something that I could or could not see. In the case that we had here, the 2 monopoles, concealed monopoles, there really wasn't anything there that was any different than the rest of them. But they're in your packet. There were 2 that really I couldn't find anything that I could put my fingers on. So what we ended up in this case is I couldn't find any adverse effect on any of those towers on surrounding properties. It reads abutting or adjoining. But I went further than that because most of the time when you have abutting and adjoining, it just narrows it too much, from my professional opinion. So I went further out just to see if there was a difference in the surrounding neighborhood, we call it. So that's basically what I had. I couldn't find any effect at all on property. Any questions?
No, it's very clear.
If you got any questions, just ask me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then last party that we like to call on Mr. Steve Kennedy from the Wabcos for a presentation as well.
Good morning, Stephen Kennedy. I'm working for Optima. I'm a radio engineer. I have 32 years experience in the wireless industry, so I've been doing this for quite some time. Within the packet, you're going to see a deck that looks like this. That's me discussing the radio engineering. So what's going on with this site? If you look at page 2, it's just kind of a Google Earth overview of what the site, the location of the site relative to the roads and the surrounding areas. What is the objectives? DISH is building out a 5G nationwide network. They've been doing that for about a year now. And one of the things when you do a greenfield build out, you go out, the engineer goes out and figures out where's all the population. We're trying to cover the population. We want to cover the people. Who uses the phones? The people. So we need to cover the people. We need to cover the people when they're in their cars, outside, in their houses, in their business places. That's what we're trying to do. So their objective is to launch a nationwide network in 2021, 2022, provide essential service to Sunset Beach, which is currently underserved. There's no existing structures within 1 mile of site provide service to this level, and I'll show you some additional detail. And the proposed site is going to help with in-vehicle and in-building coverage, as well as users in and around Shoreline Drive and Beach Drive. The tower, as was stated previously, will be available for co-location, so any other carriers, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, things like other carriers want to provide service, they can. So why are these sites important? 96% of Americans own a cell phone. 57% of American homes rely exclusively on a cell phone. They don't have a landline. 84% of all 911 calls are made from wireless devices. when Steve Jobs came up with this whole concept of the smartphone, he doesn't realize what he did. These phones, they don't work when you're just talking on them. They're always working in the background. With the apps that you've loaded, the information going back and forth between the cell phone and the network to control it, to monitor it, as well as just apps that you have loaded that are doing background information. You're receiving emails. You're getting pop-up alerts from certain apps, things like that. All of this takes bandwidth. All of this takes energy. All of this takes infrastructure to be able to provide this. So these phones, they're on all the time. Things are happening. Now, this is a Dish Wireless application, but the next slide I gave you was the current coverage for Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T. Now, where do these pieces of information come from? They come from the user's phones in the area. Anytime you go in and you give Facebook or some other app approval to load anything onto your phone, you're giving them approval to load an app called OpenSignal. OpenSignal, what it does is every time the phone makes a connection to the wireless network, it sends data. It receives an email, it sends an email, it goes out to a website, there's an alert, anything that goes on within the phone, it shares this information with servers that are located on the internet and provides the service. Now we can look at where the star is on Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T. Green is good service. The mobiles are reporting, I'm having good service, I'm having good throughput. The quality's there, I can receive coverage, I can receive the signal, and I can receive a good amount of data. The red areas are where it's not good. And we can see from the area that the area around Sunset Beach has got some issues, has got some service issues, especially for T-Mobile. But AT&T and Verizon also show the same issues as well. I show you that slide to show you that it's not only Dish Network going on this tower, but there's an opportunity for other carriers to fix their service problems as well. Once again, this is a mobile environment. There's landlines, there's fiber, there's all sorts of things in the ground, but there's a lot of people that come to the beach that don't live here. There's a lot of people that are mobile. They're always moving around. That's what these sites service. These sites service mobility. The next slide is an RF safety report. Waterford Consultants did an RF emissions compliance report. This site, and I can discuss that a little further in a minute, meets the FCC's requirement. All licensed transmitters are required by the FCC to follow the RF safety guidelines given in OET 65. And this site is within 2.5 or 2.5% of the general public limit. So it's very low. It's a very safe site. Next slide is proposed coverage. So Dish currently has no service, so there's not going to be any coverage, but this is the theoretical propagation of what each site in the area for this county is going to provide. The site is the farthest one to the south that's going to provide the service. The colors mean green means in-building service to a 95% probability. So radio energy will make it through the walls in the buildings and cover 95% of the people with 95% of probability within that area in the dark green. The light green is in-vehicle coverage. So to a 95% probability, there's going to be service within the vehicles as they're moving along, going to the area. As you move out into the orange, that's open field. I'm outside, I'm not behind walls, I'm not in a steel car with glass. I'm out in the open. It's going to provide that level of service. So that's proposed coverage. Now, RF safety, there's all sorts of information out, but it's basically comes down to this. There's two types of radio energy. There's ionizing and non-ionizing. Ionizing energy is things that can change your DNA. All right, so when you go to the dentist office and you sit down on the chair and you have to go get your teeth x-rayed, what happens? They put a nice lead overcoat on you and cover your body, and the nurse walks out of the room and they take the pictures. That's x-rays, that's gamma rays, that's things where it's actually sending photons through your body. Photons can affect DNA. Non-ionizing energy is energy that does not affect DNA, it just gets warm. It gets warm, the antenna is warm. So the concept is every time, have you noticed when you're on the cell phone for a long time talking, it gets warm? We've probably pretty much everybody's had that happen. The reason it gets warm is because that amplifier is doing two things. One is generating energy to talk to the cell site, radio waves. Second, the side effect of that is heat. It gets warm. That's the only established side effect of radio energy. So things that do not affect human DNA, car radios, television, your Wi-Fi access point at your home, Bluetooth headsets, cell phones, smartphones, light bulbs, wireless baby monitors, TV remotes. So absorption is proximity based. So if you have your phone to your ear, this is 50% of the general FCC's general public limit. You move it away, you double the distance, it's now half of that. You double the distance again, it's half of that. Energy, radio RF safety is proximity based. The farther away the antenna is from you, the less absorption of radio energy you'll have. Once again, the only side effect is heat. But remember, the farther away you are from the transmitter, the less you get. So a baby monitor in a house, your microwave oven, your clock radio sitting next to you, you're going to get more RF energy off that than you get off that cell site with the antenna down the road. There's two types of limits for the FCC when they came up with this in OET 65. It's called general, public, and occupational. The occupational limits have a little bit higher standards. It's about conservative by factor of 10. So there's antennas on that water tank down the road. So if a person goes up and somebody's going to work on that water tank, they're an occupational. That's a controlled environment. There's locks, there's gates, there's fences, there's all sorts of things to keep you from climbing up that tower and getting. That's what you call an occupationally controlled area. That's conservative by a factor of 10. So you can the worker can go up and access, and they can get there for a period of time, and then they come down. Now, if I'm a general public, I'm walking down the street, I don't know I'm walking by an antenna. I'm not paying attention. I'm just enjoying the sights, right? So that's the general public limit that we have, and that's where it's 50 times more conservative than what the limit is. So the FCC determined the safety levels. They lowered it and said, let's make it more safe, or they raised the safety level. We're going to make it more safe, but we're going to make it more safe for occupational by 10 times. We're getting more safe for the public by 50 times. So the power levels near and around the tower, we're not very close to the antennas. They're 150 feet up in the air, 130 feet up in the air. The amount of power that you're going to receive off those antennas is 1/1000th if you're right next to the antenna. So remember, proximity base. Phone's next to my ear. It's close to me. I'm getting warm. I can feel the heat off the phone. I double the distance, and I keep doubling the distance, and it cuts that power by half. The antenna's up on the tower. You're not going to get much on the ground as far as the RF safety penetration for heat. You're not going to feel the warmth off those antennas. Now, there's three types of bands that these carriers use. There's 5G, there's 4G, and 5G. So we can all remember the days when we saw 3G on our phone 10, 12 years ago. And all of a sudden, everybody started, well, we've got new 4G service. They took the same frequency bands, and they went from 3G to 4G. Well, now they're doing the same thing again. They're taking the same frequency bands that have been allocated by the FCC, and they're going from 4G to 5G. That's it. So you have 5G on existing sites. You have 5G that's on newly auctioned bands. The FCC auction 107 just completed a few months ago, I think towards the beginning of the year or the end of last year. That generated $81 billion for the U.S. Treasury by the carriers buying these auction band. So this is new mid-band. So that's another band. And then there's the millimeter wave, all the small cells that are like in, let's say, downtown Charlotte or downtown Raleigh that cover a very small area. That's what's going on with those. So regardless of what band you're using, where the site is, what it covers, every transmitter licensed by the FCC has to follow these guidelines. It has to follow OET 65. This site has been studied. The site has been evaluated. It's been checked. And these aren't, wireless companies just don't build sites for the heck of it. These things cost money. Just like building a house, you get involved with building the house, it gets costly. The same thing here. These carriers, these engineers don't just put a site down for the heck of it. It's not what happens. They're put down for a reason. They're put down for the reason for the customers. When the customers in the area require the coverage, require the capacity, that's why they get done. Now, you can go back and look at the original charts from Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile and show, look, they've got a need. The area is not being served. It hasn't been served. There's a need. The mobiles themselves are reporting it's a need. We have bad service. Then you've got Dish Wireless, the guy who's applying for this. They don't have coverage right now. They need to build coverage. They've already identified that this is an area lacking, and that's why they put a site here. So the next other part of the package is I think there were some questions on FCC licensing. You'll have a copy of the FCC licenses for Dish Wireless. So those are the license bands that Dish is allowed to work in within this county. And then also there's another page that shows all the other wireless carriers that are licensed to be able to work in this county. This site meets all FCC requirements. There is a gap in service. It's new service for Dish, but there's also a gap in service for existing carriers. So the site has the capability of, other carriers attaching to it and providing service to the customers within the area, not only that live here, but the ones coming in to visit the beach. Are there any questions?
I have none. Veronica? John?
No.
No questions.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yates, does this conclude your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We're here for any and all questions that the board may have.
John, any questions?
No current questions.
Veronica?
In the information, can you hear me? In the information that was provided to us, you talked about high wind speeds and, fall
Radius.
radius.
Right.
I'm not sure that was addressed this morning. In the initial information that we were provided, it spoke to a 80-foot fall radius, and that's been revised to a 35-foot fall
36,
radius.
Yes,
30.
Yeah.
Could you
Certainly.
address that,
And Keith, do you
explain
have
that?
board? We had the structural, the engineer for the tower, for the design of the tower, is North Carolina professional engineer Michael Plavinzak. And Keith, you have his board? Yes, sir. The Plavinzak. Why don't we look at that for you? The first thing, Mr. Plavinzak, and he's the guy that designs it, and he has to meet certain standards. In Brunswick County, he would meet what is called the ANSI, the American National Standards Institute. It's the TIA 222H standard, which in this case for this part of Brunswick County is 148 mile per hour winds. That is equivalent to the IBC 2018. So what the first thing Mr. Plavinzak is when he's designing his steel, because you can have, if you look on those sites right now, you can see very slender steel. Brunswick Utilities has a little pole where they're running some communication for their system. That's a very slender pole. I don't know what wind speed it's designed to. Mr. Plavinzak designed to the ANSI TIA 222H and to achieve the 148 mile per hour. He then designed the fall zone. Initially, we were looking at 80-foot fall zone. We said to Michael, it needs to be brought in, and that's a factor of steel. He has to build up the steel in the base to create the 36-foot fall radius. And what he's certifying there, in a catastrophic situation, a 500-year event, if something was to happen to that facility, it would fall within a 36-foot radius. I'm not going to mangle this equipment. One of the best descriptions, because I'm not an engineer, they'll explain to me, a monopole like this is almost like a straw. When you bend a straw over, it will deflect over, doesn't really detach, but just sort of bends over. Bend a straw, hard to bend it back. So what we over-designed the towers to the 148, and he is certified with his North Carolina seal, even in a catastrophic event, 36 feet. When you look at the setbacks on our property, we're 80 feet to the front, 151 to the rear, 135 east, 109 west. We wanted him to contain it all inside. It costs a lot more money to achieve that fall zone. You got to beef up the steel, but that is what Mr. Plavinzak did.
How many of these monopoles exist in North Carolina?
Thousands.
And somewhere, in the information, I don't remember exactly where it was, it was probably the engineer mentioned that a monopole has never failed. It was somewhere in this information.
I don't have all the data. One of the good examples was Hurricane Katrina many years, and
Yes.
Again, I hate talking about hurricanes this time of year. I apologize. I get quivery. What we found in Katrina is the monopoles held up unless they were hit for the most part, like by a missile. A section of a bridge became airborne, or a boat. They held up. And Katrina was a good story, a learning episode for the industry, because it was years back. Wireless was really just ramping up at the time. And a lot of folks found that's where we became really important. There were problems with other communication abilities. That's how folks were able to communicate to their loved ones, sort of around the country. The one other thing, the only problem we had in Katrina, in a lot of these areas, power was out. So we were bringing in fuel to fire up generators, keep them going. And sometimes a fuel convoy would hit a parish in Louisiana or a county line in Mississippi. Sometimes their fuel got commandeered by local law enforcement because they needed it. But we learned a lot from that of how to respond in the catastrophic situation, how to respond to emergency. Because having been through many hurricanes, I start getting a lot of phone calls right as it passes. Charles said, people saying, "You okay? You okay?"
Right.
And you want to say, "I'm a little damp, a little wet, I'm nervous, I'm anxious, but I'm okay." So that communication is awfully important.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions here. You folks studied towers in the nearby area. Can you tell me when that 65-foot ATMC telecommunications tower nearby was constructed?
The 65-footer, you're looking on the existing infrastructure page. Is that what you're?
Yeah, it's page 19 of the appraisal, and it's
page 19 of the appraisal. I'll have to let Mr.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned before that nearby the Regency, there is already an existing 65-foot kind of erector set tower. And I'd like to get an idea when that was constructed, if you know.
So the it's a little round 65 that was there. Brunswick County confirmed for us. It is roughly 60 feet tall. It is not made to handle commercial loading for anything near what we're talking about, what we're doing here. For the commercial carriers, the antennas are 6 feet tall, 18 inches wide, 9 or 10 inches deep, and you got 3 to 6 of those. It's just that type tower is made for exactly what they're doing with it. A little Yagi antenna pointing back to their main distribution center. We had our engineer evaluate it, and clearly it's not tall enough, and on top of that, it won't handle the loading.
No. I actually wasn't going to suggest that you utilize that. What I'm trying to establish is A, when it was installed, and B, I'm also very interested if you know what happened to it during Matthew and Florence, which are two of the most.
I want to say the
significant
one
recent
on our
events.
parcel was erected 18 or 19, and this is me going from aerial photographs. 2018 or 19 is when that one on our parcel was built. So that's really, I didn't build it, so I don't know. I just know it wasn't there. And then all of a sudden it was there. So, and I'm guessing it was either 19 or 20, 18, 19, 20 when it was built. But Brunswick Utilities did confirm the height of it, but they did not. We didn't ask when it was built, so I apologize. Just from aerial photographs and things that I've looked in back in history, I'm guessing that 18, 19, 20 is when it was built.
Okay. And are you aware of any failures of that, or?
No, I'm not. That's so low to the ground. It just has a different profile than what we do, and I don't know what wind speed they designed it to, and I just don't have any of that information.
Okay. And you previously stated that this monopole, the renderings that we've seen, will not have any exterior stuff that could fly off it like a repeater or something like that. Everything is enclosed inside the monopole, which should make it relatively wind resistant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I noticed that the document that you had said that it would start to buckle at 114 miles an hour, but that it was rated not to fall at 148. So the question is whether Mr., and I'll mangle his name, Palawasek, has he determined what wind speed would actually cause it to fall over?
No, so it's made for 148 miles an hour. The 114 foot point on that is that 36 foot from the top. So that's what, it's not 114 miles an hour, it's 114 feet is the location. So like Jonathan mentioned, it's supposed to bend, it's supposed to tip over at that point. That's what and so everything beneath it is exponentially designed greater to be able to handle that. That's why it's there for. So the taller you get, when you take that off at 36 feet, and it's made to crumple at that location in a catastrophic event, not at 140, but a catastrophic event. So that's the design. So
Okay, so to be clear, 114 we think is going to withstand just about anything, but that 36 could buckle and come off.
it's all designed for 148 feet. It's 148 mile per hour wind. It is not made to come off. I'm going to be very clear there. It's made to buckle. So there's flanges, there's bolts, there's everything there that's over designed to handle that wind speed. So that's I want to make sure it's not made to do what you're kind of questioning there.
So in your professional opinion, and I understand you may not be an engineer, it is unlikely or impossible that 36 feet piece could get over to the Regency or any of the other surrounding properties.
From my experience, from what I've seen, my professional opinion is extremely highly unlikely, for it to do that. And the reason I say that is, Jonathan, if something, what did you call a missile, some type of foreign object hits that, it could, something else dislodges from some other location and hypothetically hits that changes that. So, but that's not made, that's, every tower out there has that, same thing. So it's not made to dislodge, it's made to buckle.
One thing to keep
Sir?
in mind, Mr. Chairman, the wind event that could cause that buckling, there's not going to be anything else left around there. In all fairness, and I lived through Hurricane Hugo. I saw areas where there was nothing left around. If you achieve that 148 that caused that buckling, the last thing you're going to be worried about is that 36-foot dangling. That's the last thing, because there's going to be Armageddon around it. And think of the straw. Again, think of the straw. It bends over.
Right.
Can't bend it back, but it's sort of hanging there. But think, again, if you get sustained 148 that can cause trouble with this, the area is torn up completely.
And from past experience, what are left standing are the towers.
Okay.
That is past experience from Katrina to other locations. That's what's left, or the utility infrastructure that's made to handle these type events.
Okay. Board has asked their questions. It's about 10:35. I would like to take a 10-minute recess until 10:45.
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Wanted to let you know I have 10 copies here. I'll provide 2 to the back room. The rest of them I'll post to where the public can see them. It has also been posted to the town website and the BOA agenda packet website as well, if they would like to pull it up on their phones and look at it here in the meeting. The town administrator did inform me that those 3 things have happened.
That's great. Thank you for doing that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess until 10:45. I would encourage you to take a look at the documents that have been provided. you for your attention. We are now at the point of this hearing where it is appropriate if anyone has any, I'm sorry, sir?
I'm sorry, if I might, I just wanted to formally submit exhibits 1, 2, and 3, which are the materials that were handed out previously to the board.
Okay, that's some of the evidence that I was going to be asking for. So that's perfect. Is there anyone else here that has any evidence under North Carolina law that should be submitted regarding this application? Is there anyone else that has any evidence admissible under North Carolina state law that should be submitted as a part of this hearing? Okay, I've seen none at this point.
He's coming around.
Oh, it is coming around? Okay. Sir, if you can please state your name and where you live.
Yes, sir. I'd be glad to. I'm Marcus Daniel. And there's a period and a comma. There's a reason why Daniel, because it's correct law. And it goes with the Stanlin family from England. I am a executive.
Could you state where you live, sir?
Oh, pardon me. 1840 Beach Drive, Southwest. Not very far from this proposed tower, Bonaparte Landing. That's Bonaparte Landing. And it'd be 1840 Beach Drive, Southwest, Calabash.
Sir, may I interrupt you for a second? Before you go ahead and present evidence, we're going to need to establish whether or not you have standing to submit it as part of the record. And so we need you to tell the board what special conditions or special hardship you have in relation to the tower, and then the board would have to vote on whether or not you have standing.
Well, first and foremost, I can sure tell you that I'm engaged with representing my mother's estate, Emma Hazel Gore Stanlin, and there is claims concerning this 830-acre tract, which this tower is a portion of, known as the D.E. Stanlin Estate lands. And those lands have belonged to not only D.E., Daniel Edwin, but my father, Schuyler Daniel. I bear evidence that there's Schuyler Drive, Jason, there, named after my father. And there's ongoing court case. It is 20-02591-5 SWH, I believe it is, in U.S. District Court. And I bear evidence right here as to this particular document. It's ongoing, and it is what might be considered a preliminary verdict based on some conditions of my claims that has been noticed to this board, not this particular board, but for countless other council back in time, the board members. And Counselor, your own colleague, Mr. Grady, is Richardson, I believe it is.
Yes.
He's waiting for possibly at the direction of this town standing administrator for a legal document and an email coming from me, Marcus Daniel Stanlin, in regard to the status and as to the claims having to do with this 830 plus or minus acres known as the D.E. Stanlin Estate lands. And I'm trustee over those lands, not only for D.E. Stanlin Estate, which is my grandfather, but also for Schuyler Daniel Stanlin, who is, both of these are deceased, and then my mother as well. I'm a trustee and executor in her will over her estate, which is being presented. And this is an order by the Honorable Stephanie Hummerhouse in regard to a case, again, 20-02591-5-SWH, ongoing presently in the U.S. District Court on 17th Street in Wilmington, North Carolina. The last date as to her hearing her presentation by myself to her at that court was on June the 10th of 2021. And again, what I would like to say to you is this, that this board here has been noticed for over several years, all the way back to a manager by the name of Susan Parker, and then some others, Lyndon Flugel before her, and then this latest manager that you people, I'm glad to see, had him to vacate as a town manager. I had a meeting with him back when he was there, and he informed me that this wasn't a town, this was a municipality. And I'll tell you right now, I went and looked and researched. There's no difference between a town and a municipality. And by the way, while we're on this subject, in closing, the Chapel Hill School of Government have alerted your former boards that the former boards have trespassed on a parish.
May I stop you for a second, please?
No, you're not going to stop me because
This is not the time for public comment. You'll have an opportunity to do public comment after the evidentiary portion is closed. This portion is only for people who have documentary evidence to submit.
Right here.
And if you'd like to submit that, you have to establish that you have standing. So I'll ask you, please tell the board
I've already
what
told
your
you.
special hardship is that is different than everyone else in this room in the community.
Well, maybe I haven't kind of spelled it out, but I'll get right to the point, and that is
Thank
this.
you, sir.
For one thing is, members of this board, there is 2 mortgages that are outstanding that my father paid on against the whole 830-acre tract of land. We have continuously brought this to the attention many times to this board. And now we have evidence of it because one particular attorney, and I'm not going to call his name unless you press me for this, uncovered the actual mortgages that are outstanding. It's against even my homestead. The titles, they have a clout. That means that this board here is not in standing with jurisdiction of several different areas, one of which you're clearly in violation of a involuntary annexation law, and you had opportunity to back out of that, and this all is coming down in this case.
Mr. Marcus,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I assume that you've established that you're an attorney, certainly.
No, I'm not an attorney. I
Okay.
wouldn't dare even want to be one either.
Well, thank you for that. But what you're raising here is a matter of title, and we're not titled attorneys here.
I understand.
Okay?
I appreciate that.
I understand that we are here to evaluate this application for a special use permit.
Yes, sir.
And whether or not this land is owned by the people who think they own it or subject to your claims, I believe we can certainly accept that document, but I don't want you to think that it will affect our evaluation, which would be based on the facts provided by the applicant and the comments that we get from the public.
I
Are
agree
we
with
good
your,
on that?
I agree with your statement with the fact that you people will have the right to come in the court of law and prove that you are a legitimate town and that you're not trespassing presently at this minute to locations that will not qualify for criteria that it would have to be to have your town to encumber all the 70 lots over here on the Golf Course Club Road. And then before that, your town was noticed and are in default, and I'll close right here,
Thank you.
that they did not respond to all the litigants in Bonaparte Retreat 2 and given them due course of law when they asked to request that you people take them out of the inventory and they would prefer calibation. One other thing, the council formerly sitting right over there one night had issues before your board to annex all the property from Bonaparte Landing to down to my grandfather's brother, Uncle Walter, the D. East Allen estate. We had a hearing. and the consensus of your board was that, and Mr. Eisenberg was the one that made the statement. He said to me right here, standing in this podium, he says, Danny, that's what they call me, and I'm closing right here. He says, me and the board, we've all discussed all of this, and we are no longer interested in any property south and west of this 179 out here. And you know what I did? I said, is that for the record? And he said, yes. And we left.
That's fine, sir. Thank you for bringing us
you can believe
up to date
that
on
order is being trespassed on right now as to the claims of this town coming over there and hornswoggling. I use that word in a nice way. That area, and we tell you that again because of the cloud on title, that there is the 830 acres covers where that tower is. Thank you very much.
Well, hang on just 1 second. So this is a title issue, and it is within the purview of the board to either accept this document or reject it. Any discussion on the Board of Adjustment?
Mr. Chairman, I think you just need to take a vote whether or not you think this individual has standing based on his unique hardship. The document is a public record. It's a district court case, so you can take it if you wish, but it's a public record, so you can access that document otherwise.
That is correct, and for the benefit of the court, it's listed in pacer.gov, the 20-02591-5-SWH, and this is a document here in the order of the Honorable Stephanie. I believe she did this just recently, the 15th, I believe, is in here. June the 15th, I believe it states, is when it came.
That's fine. Mr. Daly, if this is in fact a public document that relates to title, my personal view is that it does not affect the decision of this board regarding this application. Greg, do you want to accept this or not?
No.
John, do you want to accept this or not?
No, sir.
Veronica?
No.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you addressing us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, but I don't agree with your board
I didn't expect you
there is a
would.
clout on the title of this property, and that way you could not be able to have good, proper standing.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me, sir, do you also have documentary evidence?
I do, if I may.
Please do. Identify yourself and where you live.
I will do so, Mr. Chairman, Board, Council, and to the respective parties that have already presented. My name is Joshua Fanko from the law firm Watts Fanko Law Group. I represent the Colony 2 Homeowners Association, and it's 105 homeowners, many of which have ceded their time for public comment to me, which I will come back up during the public comment section to make those comments from those homeowners. But for now, to you, ma'am, the special standing I have is in representing the homeowners who are present: Donna Schultz, Jim and Sandra White from Building 1 of Colony 2, Jeff Davis, Pam Batten, and Jan Laura, who are all here. And on their behalf, the document that I do have is the state stormwater for permit number SW8940401, stating that that particular permit number, as of the date of this letter, which is May 15th, 2017, that stormwater permit, which covers that particular lot where the tower will be built, is currently not in compliance with the state stormwater permitting. I present it to your council.
Excuse me,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
1 second. Before you submit evidence, would you please let us know which party you represent has individual special hardship that would qualify your HOA for having standing?
Donna Schultz.
And in what way is she?
She would be a part of the building that will be specifically serviced. The buildings of Colony 2, in particular her building, is serviced by the state stormwater permit SW8940401. So if the stormwater management of that permit fails, she will be flooded during a storm. Therefore, she has a specific hardship when it comes to this state stormwater permit that is not in compliance, and they will be building, Optima Towers will be building on a lot that is serviced by that particular stormwater permit. It's for you all's use, and I would present it to council for you all to take your vote on. And then I'd like to make one more comment. I can make it now, and then you all can take your vote if you'd like. Is that how you'd prefer?
Is it a public comment or is it?
It's just a comment that the Colony 2 also, through the homeowners, would like to just put on the record and object as to whether or not we have the ability to present evidence. The Colony 2 homeowners who are present would like to just point out that a lot of the evidence that has presented here today, we've had 10 minutes to look over. We weren't provided in the build up to this meeting. Therefore, their ability to collect evidence and present it to this council was seriously hindered, as well as all the other homeowners here who are not part of the Colony 2, but specifically to my client, they would just like it on the record that their ability to provide evidence was hindered. The evidence we do have, although just a mere letter, I think would be persuasive to you, board. I would present it to your council now, if I may approach your council and take your vote as you see fit and you think is in the best interest of those that you represent.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the council to make a ruling on standing before you accept the document.
I'm sorry.
I need you to take a vote on whether or not the HOA has standing based on Ms. Schultz's position and her special hardship.
So I'll tell you right now, it sounds to me as though they do have standing. So I would vote to accept that document. I'll leave it up to you, Greg.
I vote no.
Okay.
No.
Veronica?
I vote yes.
Okay.
I think he has standing with stormwater.
Okay. So we have a 2-2 vote, and it's not happened before. So I now need to ask for your assistance in how we resolve that.
Well, what I think we'll have to do is accept the document provisionally, and then they can make arguments for standing. If they want to appeal the decision, if there's a decision made today or down the road, then we'll preserve their objection.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, are there any other documents that need to be put into evidence? Sir, approach. Please identify yourself, where you live, and what your legal standing is.
Good morning. My name is Gary Merritt. I live at 646 Oyster Bay Drive, which is in the Oyster Point subdivision. I've been there 5 years. Prior to that, I owned a condo in Colony 2, and I was the president that preceded Ms. Schultz. I would like to add one more document. I also have a copy of the permit, of the certificate of compliance that shows it is not in compliance. But what I have that I would like to, in the event that I am in standing, I would like to present a copy of the actual permit that was granted in 1994 to Island Investments when the pond was originally built. In addition, when I was there in 2015 or 16-1, I saw with my own eyes the stormwater system completely fail, which is what got me involved in it at the time, since I was the president of the HOA. I was there when we had a major rain and it almost flooded all of Colony 2. What I found out was that the system was not working at all. And that's what made Miss Linda Lewis with the Department of Environmental Health and Natural Resources come and inspect it in my presence on 2 different occasions and issue the non-compliance letter. So the history of it is that we were almost flooded because of the stormwater system. That particular piece of property is, if it's ever gotten up to code, it would transfer to the HOA, and they would be responsible for the maintenance of it. In addition, it is surrounded on one side with wetlands. So I think the research should be done regarding the issues of the stormwater, and I'll address some of that in the public. But I would like to, if possible, introduce a copy of the actual permit dated October 1994. And if you'd like, I got it from Mr. Dan Sams at the Wilmington office. I'll be glad to send it to you electronically if that's better, or I'll send it to anyone in the room if they want to see it.
Sir, do you currently live in Colony 2, or this
I do
is
not.
based on previous information?
No. I lived in Colony 2, owned Colony 2 from 12 to 17, but I bought a home in Oyster Point in 16 and reside in Oyster Point at 646 Oyster Bay Drive. So I go in and out of that entrance every day. I see the pond. I see where the tower would be. If I will say, if it was a serious flood, it would come over into Oyster Point because I watched it come from the property. I was there, and I was sending emails to the owners, letting them know, walked it about every 30 minutes or an hour, and letting them know that no, we did not get flooded, but it came that far from coming up over the curbing. I was there through the storm. So it's historical, but it's also, in my opinion, danger to the future, to Colony 2, to Oyster Point and the surrounding area. And it's just a permit. It has never been certified by an engineer. The pond has not. That's one of the issues in the noncompliance. And there's a copy of the certification that's required here, and it's never been signed by an engineer since 1994.
Sir, can I ask where you got a copy of the permit from?
I contacted Mr. Dan Sams at the division in Wilmington. He's been there 15, 18 years. The lady that I dealt with at the time, Miss Linda Lewis, has retired since then. I remember telling me, I'd like to get this solved and into compliance before I retire, but she was not able to do so. An actual letter, and I don't have a copy of it, was sent from the attorney of Island Investments saying they would get it up to code. It has not been done. That pond, and it's in the permit, is supposed to draw down dry within 5 days after 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. And I'd encourage any of the members of the board here, go walk it sometime and look at it. And I can tell you in the last 10 years, it hasn't been drained except when someone mentioned there was some maintenance done. And it probably was 18, 19. They went in, they dug it out, they cleared it out. Now it's full of reed. It's all clogged up again. She came and we looked at the entire system. At the time, I gave it to Donna. She provided me with a copy of the stormwater plan for the engineer's drawing, and we walked every inch of it. She showed me how it works and that it was not working. And that's why she wrote the letter of noncompliance in 2017.
Sir, is this a public document?
It is. It can be. You can contact Mr. Sams, or I can forward you the one from on his email address, which is from the agency. It is a public document.
So Mr. Sams is part of the state stormwater management?
Yes, sir, he is. The Wilmington office. I just called him yesterday. I came down to the town hall to see if I could get a copy of the permit for building of Colony 2, and there was a meeting going on that just wasn't working out, so I called him, and he stayed on the line until he emailed it to me. He's very responsive. His name is Dan Sams.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if you take a vote.
Okay. I believe that this is a legitimate concern of the adjacent property owners, and therefore my vote would be to accept this document. Right?
No, I do not accept the document.
Okay. Veronica?
Yes.
Yes? John?
Yes.
Okay. The board has voted 3-1 to accept the document into evidence.
Thank you.
Please provide it to council.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I, with trepidation, ask, are there any other documents?
With trepidation, I come up and talk. Good morning. Michael Dickman, 915 Shoreline Drive West, Unit 121. I'm in the second floor of the Regency at Building 1. It's the closest building to this monolith, proposed monolith. I believe I have standing in that I have my only exit out of my unit to the ground. I've got to walk out and look at this every single day. All 6-7 times a day I walk my dog. And I was politely told by the Optima folks that, well, you don't look out that way. You look out toward the water. No, I look at this way quite a bit and walk it quite a bit. The evidence that I have that I'd like to present is that this submission that has been done does not meet 7.30 in the special use permit. It's lacking quite a few documents. In qualify the statement, I met with Mr. Starodumsky 2 times and asked him before the first meeting that was canceled to get copies of the entire submission so that I could look them over. And he gave me copies of the drawings that I brought with me. And then stopped in afterwards when it was rescheduled and asked him, okay, what's been changed? Could I get copies of that? And again, asked him for the entire package. So the comments that I'm making are solely off of what he gave me. Also, please note, I'm the president of the HOA at the Regency. On the executive board for 7 years, and I am the president now. We have a lot of our folks here today, and I'm helping to represent them. That's the standing.
Yeah, this is not about public comment. This is about submission of evidence.
This is about the application, the application being done, that it's missing all kinds of parts and pieces, and there's parts and pieces there that aren't allowed.
So this is a document that specifies how the application is not in compliance?
Yeah, well, it goes, yes. I have the notes where it shows where it doesn't, your application is not in compliance with Article 7.30. Not yours, their application. And I'd just like to go through it quickly if I could.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Nope.
Jennifer, do you agree?
You'll need to vote if you believe he has standing. If he does have standing, then he can present the evidence, and those that have been voted with standing, we have a list of those people, will have an opportunity to present evidence and cross-examine the other side, if they so choose.
I'm of course always concerned when people allege that we have not followed procedure correctly. So I'm going to vote that you do have standing and that we will accept your document, but we are not going to go through it bit by bit right here and now. Greg?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Mike, we have a 4-0 vote to accept your document. I
Okay.
appreciate you submitting it, and we will consider it. Council, please.
Anything that needs to be clarified.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Since the board has voted that he has standing, if you would like to go through his presentation, he's entitled to do so, and he can also cross-examine the applicant if he wishes to do that. And the other individuals who were voted as having standing would be entitled to do the same.
Thank you for that, Jennifer. Michael, if you can, recognizing the value of these people's time, can you please briefly identify the ways in which there's been non-compliance?
Yes, sir, I can. You've heard the two before with the storm drainage, and I'm not going to touch storm drainage. There's also a 404 wetlands. 404 is a federal designation of wetland.
Could you please stick with your document?
Yeah, this is on the document. There's a 404 wetland in there that only has one boundary, and that's kind of troublesome. Also, your document under 7.30, it calls out that whenever feasible, in paragraph B, whenever feasible, telecommunications equipment shall be constructed and installed in a manner that will blend into the tree canopy. This in no way blends into any tree canopies. They have the opportunity, and they have towers that look like trees. They've never approached that. I don't know if it's ever been asked of them by town staff. They have them all out west. They look like pine trees. I don't know if that's ever been done. That's number one. Article 7.30-D. It says that the design must be certified, licensed by a licensed and certified structural engineer. In the documents, he was identified as a professional engineer. There's a difference between the two. A structural engineer can be a professional engineer. There are PEs that are not structural engineers. The article specifically calls out a structural engineer. Must certify it. I'm just asking. I never saw his certification. It wasn't part of any document that was given to me by Mr. Starodumsky. I never saw any certification at all. Article 7.30-G, the landscaping requirements. These are the big ones. Under the landscaping requirement, it reads that the base of the tower and any accessory equipment and structure, the house, shall be surrounded by an effective screening device which is at least 8 feet tall. The effective screening device shall consist of a fence and an evergreen hedge. It doesn't say it may be a house. It doesn't say it could be this. It is specific. It shall be this. I don't think Mr. Starodumsky has the ability to make up the ordinance as he goes along, or anybody else. They may think it looks better. The ordinance doesn't empower him to do that. And he's got to follow the ordinance. The plant material for hedges shall be located on the exterior side of the fencing. All the required screening devices and plant material shall be contained within the tower site. The tower site is supposed to be surveyed. There was no surveyed tower site in any application that I received. Surveyor hasn't been on there. The drawings that I received are not to scale. Take out a tape and measure it. I don't know if that house will actually fit where they think it'll fit, and I don't know if it'll intrude on the road. They talk about now it's a 36-foot fall zone, which actually makes it a 72-foot circle. That's a radius. I think that circle may now impede on the public road. It's a private road on the drawing. It's used by the fire department, by the police department. It's used by all Colony 2 residents coming out of there. I walk on it all the time with my dog. It's a public road. You can go on any map program and that road's there, Resort Circle. I don't know if this thing will fit on there. The scales aren't correct. And I'm speaking from experience. I'm 45 years in construction as a senior project manager. I'm telling you, the scale ain't correct on these drawings. I think it was no surveyor prepared it, which I thought was really poor because a surveyor wouldn't make that kind of mistake. There was no surveyor on this. It was an engineer that prepared it, and I think he just overlaid 2 drawings on one another. The scales are different. I don't think it qualifies. I wouldn't be able to build it, I'll tell you that. The next thing, everything has to be inside their 50 by 50, 250-foot area that they're leasing from Island Investments. Air conditioning units are outside. There's no fence. They go outside the 50-foot. That's not allowed by the ordinance. And there's no leeway on it. It says it must. Co-location, 7.30H, paragraph 3. Any application must include evidence that the applicant has investigated the possibility for locating on an existing tower. They showed pretty pictures of towers all over the place in our area. There is no evidence that I saw in the application that they had any evidence that they asked to go on any of those towers with their equipment. Personally, I think that the ordinance is there so that they don't build new towers all over the place. Use the existing ones that are there and get on the existing ones that are there. They had no evidence that showed that they did any of that. That's required by the ordinance. 7.30Q. Nothing was surveyed. On 7, it wasn't done. And let's see, let me get to my notes. I apologize. Yeah. Items 8, A, B, C, none of that was done. It says here the communication tower design planned by a professional engineer containing a plan depicting the tower and all proposed I'm sorry, I apologize. We'll skip that one. The tower proximity, one thing you asked. No tower on the ground can be closer than 2,000 feet to an existing tower. We got a 65-foot tower sitting over there, and it's less than 200 feet away. Less than 200 feet away. 65-footer that belongs to the county that everybody's talked about. By your ordinance, no other tower is allowed within 2,000 feet of it. 2,000 feet in where I went to school is close to a half a mile. So that's not in compliance. There was no document talking about the power output level on this tower. All it said is that there was kind of a half-baked statement saying it was going to be verified by somebody with them. Power output is really important. That's what creates all the bad stuff that kills you, is the power output. There's nothing on power output with any of these documents. 730P, in the event that the tower doesn't get used, it's supposed to come down. I'd ask Mr. Starodumsky, how much does it cost to take the tower down? Take it down, get rid of it. How much would it cost? Sir?
You can answer if you know.
You can say you don't know if you don't know.
I don't know. I would have to defer to
Okay.
the applicant to answer that question.
Well, it says here that there's supposed to be a statement of financial responsibility that's acceptable to the town. That's part of the documents that I didn't see in anything I was given. A performance bond in the amount, 100% amount, or a letter of credit covering the cost of taking the tower down if they abandon the tower. And that's must be part of the application. I didn't see it in the application. So there's a whole slew of stuff that's not there or purposely missing, and it's, quite honestly, it's shoddy work. And this isn't even the public comment part that I'd like to get into regarding the other. This is the technical aspect. That this is just a horrible submission, and it should be thrown out right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I assume you're going to provide that document to us?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other documents that need to be placed into evidence at this point in time? If not, then I believe this is the time that we would open the hearing to public comment. Let me remind you, we do not work based on hearsay. You are entitled to issue your personal opinion based on your experience. We need to know your name and where you live, and please assure that you are among the people that were previously sworn in by Cindy, because your testimony needs to be truthful and accurate. Did I miss anything? Okay. I'd like to open the floor for public comment, and I would ask that you all please be respectful and recognize that most of these people are not interested in ordering dinner. Certainly, Mr. Fanco.
Again, for the record purposes, my name's Joshua Fanco. It's Phanco. I didn't spell it the first time.
Where do you live, sir?
I represent the Colony 2, in specific, who has yielded their time, specifically the homeowners who are present, who have yielded their time, are Donna Schultz, John and Susan Vieira, Jim and Sandra White, Jeff Davis, Pam Batan, and John Laura, again, who have asked that I make comments on their behalf regarding the Optima Tower buildings. May I proceed?
Please.
Thank you. I'd like to say that this board is in an unenviable position. I think that, obviously the full room has presented an issue, because what's happening is, and I speak for the Colony too, and specifically the homeowners who asked me to come up, is that there is this idea from Optima Towers that they're going to build this in such a way as it's going to be wanted. And the fact is, and what I'd like this board to know is, it's not wanted. The homeowners, the people who live here, don't want the tower. Optima has said this over and over. We would like to provide this necessary infrastructure. It was a buzz term of necessary infrastructure. Necessary for whom? Not the fine people who live here. They don't want it. In fact, I will give you the list of places that Optima Towers has lives, who is presented today. They live in Asheville, Charleston, Wilmington. In fact, we have a comment that, God forbid, 148-hour winds hit here. Well, it'll be quite easy for him in Charleston if it hits here and his tower goes down here. The fact of the matter is Optima Towers isn't trying to provide a necessary infrastructure. They're trying to put a piece of equipment on land so they can profit from it. That's what it is. Let's call it what it is. Dish Network is going to lease it, and they're going to give them money. They'd like to get AT&T and Verizon on it so they can make more money. This is not about providing necessary infrastructure for the people. The people don't want it. It's providing necessary infrastructure for them to make money. And that's where the issue comes up, is what we're telling the good people of Colony 2 and other members of the community is, you want this, when in fact they don't. They don't want it. They never have wanted it. That's what they're here to tell you. In fact, what Optima could have done is they could have done a local survey from all of these different places, Colony, the Regency, Oyster Bay Golf, and provided to you, here's people who have voted or who have taken part in their survey to show you that they want this, again, necessary infrastructure. I'd like to know how many people, local people who actually want it. I get that they want it. I get that the people in Charleston and Asheville want it so they can make money here. But who here locally wants it? And I would implore you all, board, you represent the people of Sunset. These fine people who are all here telling you they do not want it. It doesn't matter how they construct it. If it's all self-contained, fantastic. You want to build a nice, pretty house. They don't care. They don't want the tower. And I'm going to go through the specific reasons as to why they don't want it. First of all, we dealt with the eyesore issue. I'm not going to really spend a lot of time on it. It's an eyesore. It's simple. It's a fact. We all know it. Nobody really wants to look at it. All right? Optima Towers, have they done a good job in doing the best they can? I think so. I think they should be commended on trying to make the best tower, the best palatable tower. But it's an eyesore, and that's what's going to happen. The second issue is the health issue. I get it. We had someone, again, from not here, talking to us about the fact that, if we put our phone here, and, radiation and whatnot, but the local people, Colony 2, that are going to live under this tower, go tell them, hey, don't worry about it. You're not going to develop something. They're not going to find in 5 years that all of these radio waves and different waves that come to the tower aren't going to bother your health or your children's health or your grandkids' health. It concerns them. And we shouldn't just gloss over the fact that, well, they shouldn't be concerned about it. Well, yeah, they should. They live here. This is where these fine people live. And I understand that all the studies can be done from the people who don't live here, that they shouldn't be concerned about it. But don't tell someone who's going to live here that they shouldn't be concerned. That goes to the health issue. Let's talk about the access issue. There's a road there that the Colony 2 uses to access their property. What is building going to do when they're building it? How is the access going to be? How is the access going to be if that building ever falls down? What about flooding? And I'm going to get to that when I get to the drainage issues, but access is going to be at least shared with the local community. Now I am going to get to drainage. Drainage is a big issue, one of which they never spoke about in their presentation. We all know that stormwater management in this area is important. They talked a lot about wind, and I respect wind. But here's the thing. What we have seen with storms lately is that storms sit and dump copious amounts of water. Wind is an issue, yes, but more prevalent for this area is lots and lots of water. And when you have lots and lots of water events, like Florence, for instance, you want drainage. And when you build upon areas, in fact, that's what they call it, BUA, built upon area. When you use concrete, when you use impermeable surfaces, and water cannot drain down and get out of the community, you get flooding. They're going to take up that valuable resource. That valuable resource is BUA, built upon area, on a particular parcel that is currently not in compliance with stormwater management. The state, DEMLR, Department of Engineering, Mineral Land Resources, has basically said that that stormwater permit that they're going to be a part of, that the Colony 2 is going to be a part of, and that they're going to build on, there's 2 ponds on that property. And you know what? They're not supposed to be ponds. It's supposed to drain. And we're only going to complicate the drainage matter when they build on it. And that is a real and serious concern for the people of Colony 2, the Regency, and Oyster Bay. This is an issue, and they haven't addressed it. And I'd ask, at the very least, I would ask that you just deny this permit in total, as my clients would like. But what I'd ask you even more is, even if you are going to consider it, which I don't think you should at least convene this meeting, have it again, and make the owner, Island Investments, show up and present you with a valid stormwater permit that's in compliance, because they can't do it. That's the issue with the drainage. Now we'll go into the issues of ownership. Island Investments is not here. They own the land. Why aren't they in compliance? What is their idea for the stormwater permit? How is drainage going to work? What about access? If the built upon area is taken up by Optima and that parcel floods more often and cuts off access to Colony 2 because that's their access road, what's he going to do about it? Well, we don't know. He's not here. Hadn't talked about it. It's his responsibility. Fact of the matter is yes, 148 mile an hour winds is going to knock that thing down. But even if we don't have 148 mile an hour winds, rain is going to seriously complicate matters once Optima starts building on it. And let's all be clear, they're building on it because they want to make money. And so here we are. Necessary infrastructure, I ask you, necessary to whom? It's not necessary to the residents that are sitting here today. Not a single one of them would like it. If there's anybody here who would like to speak on behalf of Optima saying that this is a necessary infrastructure that they'd like, I'd be interested in hearing from those people. But I don't think you're going to find it. I think you're going to find everybody coming up behind me echoing essentially my comments, which is this. Optima has told you, and your counsel, who is doing a commendable job in counseling you, is telling you, you don't have to consider what the public wants. You just have to consider the permit. You just have to consider whether they met their burden. I think that's what he stated was, hey, I'm not a popular guy, but we've done everything we can to make this permit. The problem is you all, the board, are the human embodiment of not can they, but should they? Can they build? Maybe. Can they give you a tower that is the best possible tower? Probably. Can they meet your burden to get the permit? Yes. But go look at what you all have. You all have discretion to figure out whether this fits the public aesthetic, whether it fits the public's needs, whether it fits the public's want, desires, safety, access, drainage. That's why you all are here. If we wanted to just say, hey, they just got to meet a legalistic purpose to get their permit, then why don't we just put it in a computer and have them spit out and approved? We don't have that. We have boards who can consider the people they represent, these fine people. And what I would like to say is, can you give them a permit? Probably. I haven't done an exhaustive search of whether or not you can, but I would say they probably have spent a lot of money to make sure that they've followed all their T's and crossed their I's, or however that saying goes. What I'm implicating is this, is you shouldn't give it to them. Can you? Maybe, but that doesn't mean that you should. What you should do is consider all of these people who are going to live here long after Optima's gone, long after they've gone back to their homes, long after they build this tower and are making money hand over fist as they rent it out to all the different Verizon communication and AT&Ts and Dish Networks of the world. The people who are going to live here with it, I ask you, is better cell phone service what you want, or do you want your land? I would bet you they would say they want the aesthetically pleasing land that is not going to drain
and that is not going to be a hindrance on the place they chose to live. So I implore you, do not approve this. I implore you on behalf of the colony too, and it's 105 owners. That's owners, that's not families. There's wives and there's children and there's grandchildren on top of those 105 homes or units. And I thank you very much all for your time. I do very much appreciate that you consider all your local people whom you represent. I know you will, and I don't envy you. Good luck.
Sir. Who'll be next for public comment, please? Please identify yourself again.
Gary Merritt, 646 Oyster Bay Drive.
Thanks,
And the only reason I asked to be next is because I'm sort of on the same topic as Mr. Panko. I would like to make it clear I've never met Mr. Panko or spoken with him before today, so it's not that we have collaborated in any way. Just so happened to coincide. I wanted to clear up some of the points in the permit and the compliance documents that have been presented. One is it's in reference to the wetlands. If you've seen the property, you know that as you go towards the road to access Colony 2, between there and the road, those are wetlands, and the actual drainage, when it overflows, runs into those wetlands. When in the permit, if you will read it, you'll notice that they were given a variance, Island Investments was, when they built Colony 2 and the pond, to build, I think it's a 9,100 square foot road in the wetlands. So the actual road itself is in what was designated as wetlands, which is one of the reasons Mr. Dickman's comment about only one line on the wetlands shows, the other one's on the other side of the road. So that they were not looking particularly at the other side of the road. I would like to end, and I understand you can't answer questions, you can't engage, with three questions. One, is it responsible stormwater management, which is important to all Sunset Beach residents, to allow building on a piece of property already in danger from stormwater since it is not up to code? Or is it rewarding Island Investments for not addressing the stormwater issue for many years because they'll collect rent off of the lease? Two, has research been done to determine the effect to the wetlands by either the applicant, and I'd like to compliment them on a very professional presentation. They, in my opinion, are doing everything they can to address the appearance. And all of us are dependent on cell phones. I've had one since the bag phones were around. And then the third question is, are there more suitable areas to build the tower that will not endanger our environment and add to our stormwater issues? And thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you, sir. Next. Once again, Mike, we know who you are, but please, for the record.
Yes, sir. Michael Dickman, 915 Shoreline Drive West, Unit 121. And I'm also the president of the HOA over at the Regency. Couple of things on the public comment section. One thing, I thank you guys and ladies for doing what you do. It's not any fun. I've been in your position before, and it's not an easy job. I looked through Article 4, which is what governs you guys and how you are supposed to make your decisions. And I thought it was interesting that it said, the Board of Adjustment shall issue a special use permit if it has evaluated an application through a quasi-judicial process and has determined that. And the second thing is the requested use will be in harmony with the area in which it's located. And that's what you guys are charged with doing. I don't think anybody in this building can say that that tower is in harmony with that neighborhood. For the simple, the 52 owners at the Regency we've invested close to $30 million of our hard-earned money to live there and to enjoy it, and it's a beautiful place to live. This wasn't part of the deal. I look at the town and I say to them, has anybody done an appraisal study on what that tower is going to do to, number one, our property values at the Regency, and number two, the Colony and Oyster Bay right with it, and how, and I don't think anybody in the world can say our values aren't going to go down. I talked to two local appraisers, not from Asheville, no offense meant, two local appraisers, and said, could you give me a letter stating that our value will go down? And they said, your value will go down. We can't give you a letter because we'll never get another drop of work from Sloan Realty if we ever sign our name to that. And that was told to me by two people. And then you realize the position that they're in, you know, and it's economics and it's money, and I understand that. This thing, the third item, the use of this will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. That's something you folks are supposed to take into account. And under E, the fourth thing, adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, sanitation, and other necessary facilities have been or are being provided. That's on you guys. And there's the health issues, which there's over 600 studies out there that say there's adverse health conditions with radio frequency exposures. And it's there. And I can give you the websites for all of that. I guess it's kind of, in closing, I don't know if any of you could actually sign a document that says we've really vetted this thing out and we've looked at it all and we're safe and we know everybody in that neighborhood is going to be safe. No one's going to get hurt. I don't know if you can do it. All I'm asking is do the right thing. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hi, Board. My name is Dave Marsland. I live at 910 Oyster Point Drive. There's a little irony there, and this is 910 Shoreline Drive that they're looking to put this on. I just want to open with this one statement. We don't know what we don't know. Didn't we just find that out with the pandemic? We don't know what we don't know. And there's a lot of experts in the room today, and they're well suited. And there's a lot of residents of the town in the room right now. And I want to tell you a little story about when I was a younger man, 4 years ago. My wife and I came down here. We bought a house at 910 Oyster Point Drive. At that time, it was Oyster Bay, Oyster Point. It was pretty much built out. There's been a few more homes built recently. You had the Regency, you've got the Colony 2, the Colony 1. Our backyard faces the Colony 1, adjacent to the third tee of the Oyster Bay Golf Club. And this is going to be in my front yard, basically. Now, they presented you a lot of evidence, and here's the photograph number one that was taken way 741 feet away, way down towards, it's not right at the end of Oyster Point Drive. But there's no picture from 910 Oyster Point Drive. You know why? Because that tower would be bolt upright. You can't see the tip of it there, but that's what you'd see. They present a nice picture here. They don't tell at what point it was on Oyster Point Drive, what address, and they show a little red arrow. And that's where the tower would be. But all those people are going to see is trees. We're going to see a tower. At the time we looked at many different places. We never would have chosen 910 Oyster Point Drive to be our home down here if that tower was there. I would not have done it. I have a very grave concern about property values, as previous speakers have spoke of. I believe the property values will go down in all of these areas where people are going to actually physically see the tower. I don't care if it's that much of it over the horizon. I don't care if it's 100 feet of it. My wife pointed out something that she found, and I don't know if this is fact or fiction, but that apparently once a tower is approved, an additional 30 to 35 feet can be added without going through any notices or hearings. And I don't know if that's true or not, but she found that on the internet. And we all know everything in the internet is true.
Oh, yeah.
And I say that tongue in cheek, of course. One other thing I want to point out, in one of these packets, the site, it's from Google Earth and it says 2021. Well, I haven't called my wife yet to tell her that our house is missing, but it's not on there. There's 3 houses at the beginning of Oyster Point Drive. They're not on there. Okay? So that could be a piece of flawed evidence right there. There was a survey done in 2014, and it was regarding cell towers and antennas. Do they impact a property's desirability? And the results of it, out of 1,000 respondents, 94% said a nearby cell tower or group of antennas would greatly impact interest in a property or the price they would be willing to pay for it. 94% said a cell tower or group of antennas on top of or attached to an apartment building would negatively, and sorry, I made a mistake on that first one that I cited. It would negatively impact the interest of a property or the price. And the same goes for a cell tower or a group of towers on top of or near an apartment building. It would negatively impact it. 95% said they would opt to buy or rent a property that had 0 antennas on the building over a comparable property that had several antennas on the building. 79% said under no circumstances would they ever purchase or rent a property within a few blocks of a cell tower or antennas. 88% said that under no circumstances would they ever purchase or rent a property with a cell tower or group of antennas on top of, attached to the apartment building. And 89% said they were generally concerned about the increasing number of cell towers and antennas in their residential neighborhood. And that's important to note, residential neighborhood, because that's what this was prior to this applicant trying to get approval for a cell tower. Okay? That's all it was. And it's a mixed bag. We've got condominiums, we've got apartments. Most of them are condominiums and they're privately owned, and they do rent them out. So we have tenants in there. So I just find it interesting, the survey results, and nothing like that was talked about. In this town alone, when the dredging, there were concerns about dredging, okay? And the town council had the, they were concerned about decreasing property values if the canal wasn't dredged. And I'm not bringing up dredging because it's a horse that's been beat enough. But the town council actually had the assessors from the county come in and they addressed the board. And the assessor said, yes, the property value could decrease if the dredging wasn't done. So that might be an avenue that you could pursue. Get an opinion from the assessor's office. And I just think when you drive around Sunset Beach, and probably any of the other residents who came here, they drove around and they said, wow, you know, this is a great place. I'm sure developers drive around saying, wow, this is a great place. They say the same thing, but we're saying it for a totally different reason. We're not making money, we're spending money, okay? And we're spending money and we're increasing the tax base here in Sunset Beach. And it just seems to me, I was a selectman in the town of Harwich on Cape Cod, Massachusetts. And I know where, you know, you're sitting in seats that sometimes are hot seats to be sitting in. And you have to make a decision based on all the facts. And I would just throw this out. The fact is, this cell tower doesn't belong there. It belongs somewhere else. It belongs somewhere up in a field somewhere where there's no homes. And if somebody wants to buy a house next to it, they know it's there. And so they can buy knowing what's there. So I just want to end my time, if I could, by again saying we don't know what we don't know. And there, you can look at all the studies, and one says, oh no, there's no health issues. Others say there are health issues. We don't know what we don't know. The other day I was out in the front lawn and I was pulling some weeds, and all of a sudden I wasn't paying attention and I heard "Whack." And I turned and I looked, I couldn't see anything. Well, I heard it a few times, and all of a sudden I saw a little duckling walking up the road, and the mother duck was being very attentive, and the little duckling was looking like, hey mom, look at me. I'm in front of you. I can go. I'm going. And a woman who was walking, she was coming down the road, and every time the duckling would turn and look back, it would veer into the center of the road. And I thought, oh my God, somebody's going to come down and hit it. So the woman went to the other side of the road, and she came down and she says, did you see that? And I said, yeah. And I said, I'm just concerned that somebody's going to run it over. And she says, well, what can we do? And that's why we're here. What can we do? We don't know what we don't know. And I would ask you to please make a decision for the people, not for a company. There are plenty of other places they can build this tower. And I'll make a suggestion right now. A golf course. Golf courses could use the extra revenue. You've got the Pearl up there on Old Georgetown. There's no homes there. Give them the revenue. Just deny the application. That's all we ask.
Thank you. Any other public comment, Rich?
Rich Serrato, 517 Twisted Oak Lane, Sunset Beach. We had this issue when I left my town 17 years ago in Lexington, Massachusetts. This is a quality of life issue, and there is not anyone here, including the board members, would want the cell tower in their backyard. This is a high-density area that could expose our citizens to health risk, and more importantly, their pocketbook. If you contact the Brunswick County Revenue Department, you will find out, as we found out 17 years ago, this cell tower will decrease property values. I don't know where you all live, but would you want one in Sandpiper Bay, in the middle of Sea Trail, North Shoreline Drive East? This is a residential community. Now, I don't know what y'all gonna do, but the Board of Adjustments where I came from, knowing the quality of life issues, denied the permit. The people were successful, and our room was as filled as this. What you're telling us is, if you approve this permit, that you don't mind having this in your backyard. This will not be in my backyard, but who knows, it could be next. So we need to protect the quality of life for all of us. This is a little town, not an industrial town. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Is there anyone else? Sir?
My name is Greg Schultz. I live at Colony 2, Unit 802. So all the people who spoke ahead of me have done a very eloquent job talking about stormwater and the aesthetics and the wetlands and all of those things you've heard. We just had a few months back tornado that clocked winds up to 180 miles an hour, not too far from here. That tower is designed to, quote, fold like a straw at 148 miles an hour. It's got a 35-foot fall radius, which originally in the original documents was 80 feet. Got reduced to 35 feet. So the question is, what re-engineering happened to the tower that suddenly made it able to fall in a 35-foot radius instead of 80 foot? Or was that simply to make sure the radius didn't touch the access roads? So the tower hasn't changed, only the radius on paper. And I'd ask you to think about this. During those winds, those storms, would you stand 35 feet away? 40 feet? Would you live 50 feet away? Would you live 100 feet away? From a 150-foot tower? How close would you live? How close would you stand? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Public comment? Come on up, please.
My name is Karen Livingston. My address is 915 Shoreline Drive. I'm in the 5th floor, 315. You guys have probably recognized my name, and I am a Karen. So I have contacted you guys with my opinions about my comfort level with having a 165-foot cell phone tower towering over my head. And I guess I want to start out with a rhetorical question. How does 165 foot, they say 150, if you look at the drawing, it's 165 feet plus a 3-foot lightning rod. How does that end up in one of the most high, in probably the most high density portions of a town like Sunset Beach? Is there an area where there's higher density than Shoreline Drive, where the Colony, where that convergence of the Colony and the Regency and Oyster Point come together? I'm not familiar of any other area of this town where there is a higher density of full-time residents. This is just crazy. I don't understand why we're even here, other than obviously there's some folks that stand to make some money, which is, you know, you got a developer who got stuck with a piece of land, and this is a good way to make some money off of it, and these guys make money by doing what they do. I don't understand this, but regardless of that, because I live on the 5th floor of the Regency, I have some very serious health concerns. These experts already indicated that the RF radiation can go directly through walls, right? So this cell tower doesn't go off and on. It stays on. If I'm in my condominium 365 days a year, 24/7, I have RF radiation coming directly into my unit. Now, do we know the health aspects of that? These guys would tell you that it's safe, but I have some information here that tells me otherwise. This is an article from the Physicians for Safe Technology. This is a compilation and references to over 1,000 studies all over the world that show that there can be health effects from RF radiation, whether that be headaches, dizziness. There's many, many different ways that those radio waves can manifest themselves. We just don't know. I also want to state that I did a lot of research to see if I could find a cell phone tower next to a tall building. I could not. There were some, and by tall building, a 5-foot building in Sunset Beach is probably about as tall as you get. I could not find anywhere other than in India where there were some cell phone towers put next to a 5-story building. It just doesn't happen. There's reasons for that. And that's what we're proposing to do here. This is a small document about the radiation pattern of and I don't know if you guys would, have any disagreement with this, but essentially for those of us that live in the Regency, the highest of the RF radiation comes directly into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Regency. We don't have other parts of this town that have the high density and the high building here. I don't understand why you can't. I didn't see any evidence that they've looked anywhere else to put a big tower. Why couldn't you find somewhere, as the gentleman before me said, where there's not the high density? So I'm concerned. I want to end by stating that I did a lot of research. I'm really worried about having this tower. About RF waves. The American Cancer Society has basically said cell phone base stations have not been proven to be dangerous, but they also have not been proven to be safe. And we do have a lot of studies that show that there can be some health effects. And my last comment, Senator Richard Blumenthal and the committee, the Federal Commission, the FCC, the FDA, they convened a large commission to look at the health effects of radiation from cell towers. And basically, what they discovered is that most of the research is coming from the industry here in the United States, and that we really don't know. As the gentleman said before, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know that these are safe. So I just wanted to express my concerns for those reasons. Also, I want to clarify something that the presenters indicated. This tower has been rated to be safe at 148 mile-an-hour winds for 3 seconds. In a hurricane, okay, 3 seconds. What is that? Just a small portion of a hurricane event? Also, they talked about the tower falling in winds. What they didn't talk about is the guide wires of the tower, because the guide wires would be in a runoff area that would be subject to salt and sand. Those can break. The tower can fall for that reason. Also, if the footings of the tower are not in stable soil, the towers can also fall there. And there's lots of evidence that has happened. So I just wanted to make sure that there was some clarification that you have both parts of the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Sir.
My name is William Blake, 825 Shoreline Drive West. I'm just down from the Regency, heading east, about 5 houses down, and across the street from where this tower will be built. I want to comment, first of all, I had other questions about health, things like that. I think that's been hit.
Sir.
William Blake, B-L-A-I-C-H. You need 825 Shoreline Drive West. Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Okay, there were a lot of issues discussed about health, safety, collapsing, and everything else. Something I didn't hear about in the permit process, and I don't even know if it's in the permit process. In this day and age of terrorist attacks and everything else, I don't see one protective device around that building. Somebody puts a truck through that thing, and it's not far-fetched as it may sound. What happens to that tower base? It's made for 148 mile an hour wind up in the air. Is that base going to withstand any type of blast effect? What about the equipment inside of that? Has there been any meeting and setting up of plans with the fire department, the police department on how to respond to this? I have vast experience. I served 2 years in the New York City Fire Department, retired as battalion chief in the 1st Battalion, rather known as the Ground Zero Battalion. So I've seen collapses. I've seen what they can do to you. And if you don't have some type of protection around these things, they can run trucks right through the front of that building, take that building, take the tower and back of it probably, unless it's supported. So I suggest there has to be some type of protection plan, which is going to put something up in the front, whether they're up and down bullards that come in and out with hydraulic lines and everything else to be out of view. But if that goes through the plan, there has to be something to protect that, and has to be a procedure sent out to the fire department. What is the equipment that's in there? How do we handle a fire in there? Because all these electrical plants are something different. I was in A&T buildings in Lower Manhattan, where if you walked in with a metal tool, you were going to be sucked into a power bar and across bare brass, which we were dead in 2 seconds. All right, so let's. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so basically, I'm just going to make a comparison about why you need some protection. It has to be written into a plan somewhere on how you're going to fortify that place. Mainly because what's going on now. There is no area in this country that is safe from surprise attacks anymore, it seems. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to give public comment? Somebody in there?
I'm Marcus Daniel Stanlin, 1840 Beach Drive, Southwest, Calabash, better known as Bonaparte Landing area. Lifetime residents, and I'm going to be very brief here. A lot of these folks, it's been a nice comments and presentation, might add, as to what would be maybe appropriate place, but I don't think right here is the appropriate place for that project. But what I am wanting to bring just briefly, I experienced Hurricane Hazel in 1954. And I was in a little 5-room bungalow house right down here at my grandfather's oak, the big oak tree.
Please speak in the microphone.
Pardon me. I was at a little 5-room bungalow house right adjacent to the big tree there, the oak tree I call my grandfather oak, which was the location also back in time. My grandfather had a little store there, 1-room bungalows for people to stay in overnight. Nevertheless, I saw that water come in, and it went past this intersection, this curve. And at the same token, I've experienced so many other hurricanes here and see mammoth trees, some of which are this large, one of which was a walnut tree, black walnut. And I saw, and when this hurricane comes in here, it's counterclockwise, and it comes and it starts. And at some point, you're thinking the hurricane is coming from back inland because of the power. And with the torrential rains and so forth, and with the edge of the hurricane first blowing here, and then all of a sudden, then the next thing, it's coming from this direction. But it's quite Mother Nature is powerful. And if you don't believe, just recently, not to be lengthy, and I don't want any people to get, it's not a good subject what I'm going to say. We had a tornado that came right through, and I heard that tornado. And Lord, I tell you, if there's any of them families in here, my heart goes out to you. What happened over here at one of my cousin's developments. Ed Gore's deceased now, but we're talking about over here, Ocean Ridge Plantation. Well, for another reason that's so closely that has been documented here and pretty well proven as to this particular area here that should be natural drainage. I assure you that I can remember when there would be a fresh, we call a fresh over there, and it's still coming by, excuse me, down here, the bordering to the very east of the Regency. It's where that drain of tremendous water would be alleviated off of our lands and be deposited into the estuaries over here, or the intercoastal waterway for that matter. So in closing about this, I've seen 30 to 40 feet to 50 feet this way, parallel of a fresh water in that run. And that run has been interfered with the same applicant is trying to put his project before here. He's one of the parties, Mr. Tripp Sloan and Mason Anderson. They veered that run, and we've had very much pressure of flooding right here close to the colony. And then also Mr. Anderson's partner, Mr. Tripp Sloan is what I call him, his partner, Mason Anderson, attorney. Also, and W.J. McLam, very close, not very too far from the colony, but on the other side of the road, filled up a dragline hand-dug ditch. My grandfather dug it himself. Shut. And from that moment on, about 4 years ago, in closing here, Mr. Frank Idler, everybody well represents and respects this man, had to come down to our neighborhood over here of Heritage Drive, and there was a tremendous flood in that area. And also they observed this Bonaparte, the road over there, the Golf Course Club Road. At the end, there's a tremendous ravine there, and that road was declared by the state and DOT, according to Mr. Frank Idler, as cannot be annexed, it's a hazard. But back to these drainages, in closing, up at the Heritage, at right where Heritage intersects with 179 Beach Drive, I saw on the left there, on that side of the highway, a tremendous lake of water. You could put a rowboat out there. And that's up in the upper echelons, ladies and gentlemen, of the elevations. When you start, in closing here, when you start interfering with these drainages, and over here that we're talking about where this tower's going, I'll promise you what 1, 2, 3 different parties already have pointed out.
Thank you.
It's supposed to be a natural drainage, and that's wetlands, and it's been interfered with. And Tripp Sloan and Mason Anderson were the ones who offered that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else ready to make a public comment? Thank you all for your input. I'll now close the public comment phase of this. We're now at the point where we will accept rebuttals from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Thank everyone for coming out today. We want to work through it. Some great speakers today. I wish I could talk like Mr. Fanko. I wish I could talk like he could. He's very good. A couple things we want to get to basics. This was my whole submission. Obviously, Mr. Dickman didn't see it. Most of what he brought up is contained well inside my submission. So, and that has been entered into the record, so I will not recast those, all that. But if you look at my whole submission, things like the tower removal letter, they're in there. Everything is in there. If you look at my narrative, which is provided in there against the ordinance, I have covered every single point. As to scale on the drawings, depends how you print them out. If you print them out to 11 by 17, they are to scale. They were sealed by a North Carolina professional engineer. As to the drainage issue, which is big, as when we opened up today, I talked about how I had to get the FAA to approve me, the State Historic Preservation Office, and several Native American tribes. We will go through the entire permitting process as dictated by the city, the county, and the state of North Carolina as to stormwater drainage. That's not anything we want to run afoul of. We walked into a room today where I think we walked into a history of a little upset, maybe a lot of upset between our property owner and those folks who live around there. What I can assure you from us is we're going to follow the rules. We're going to do everything right. I kept hearing today, why are you putting this in a high density area? We're putting it where it has to be to meet the coverage. If we put it in the middle of nowhere, it would serve no purpose. It would serve absolutely no purpose. The very fact it's high density, that's why, as Steve showed you so carefully, the networks are not working. The town has a set of, and I opened, and Mr. Franco agreed with me. I'm not here to win a popularity contest. Towers never do. I'm here to follow your rules. If I'm driving out to 910 Shoreline Drive today, my phone will work as I get there, as I drive through other neighborhoods who have towers. Keith showed you the other towers in the area. People get to drive through those parts of Sunset Beach and Brunswick County and use their phones. You can't have an area that says, we're not going to provide that. We drive all over the state and get to use our phones, but we're not going to do it here. That's why you have Section 7.30. There's a thing in zoning cases, and you probably heard this before, and I'm sorry to bother you with it. It's called the common burden of citizenship. What it means is we're all in it together. We're all in it together, not just people in one area.
Please respect this gentleman's.
Not just people in one area, but the whole town. The whole town's in it together. The whole county's in it together. Steve laid out very carefully why this is needed for the network. It is a high density area. You got a lot of volume. The calls are not working like they're supposed to. We're trying to be preemptive to provide this service, not just the folks that live there, but the folks who travel through there, the folks who visit there. When these folks travel through other areas, they get to use their phones. Why? Because there's a tower in someone's neighborhood. I again beg you, look at 7.30, look at my whole application, and I think some folks complimented us. We took 7.30 and we said, how can we make it better? There is no requirement in 7.30 for a concealed monopole. That's not a requirement. We're allowed to do a standard monopole with the equipment spread out all over. We're allowed to do a chain link fence with equipment behind it. All of this is a lot of extra expense, trouble, engineering. We were hoping folks would like it or at least find it palatable. The standard cell site, Keith has shown you those here in the area. It's a tower, not always a monopole. As you saw, some of them what we call the self-support or lattice towers. The equipment spread out. The equipment's on the ground. We did everything possible. At the end of the day, though, it will be visible. We're a line of sight technology. The towers have to talk to each other. What we tried to do here is take your ordinance and not only meet it, but meet it a little bit better. I'm not going to win a popularity contest today, but I feel I should win a contest that I met 7.30. And that's what I want you to think about. These are good folks. They have a concern. But I think, and they kept bringing this up, you know what you don't know. I wasn't a very good student in school, but I did like reading Mark Twain. They were fun stories. And old Mark said one time, it's not what people don't know that gets them in trouble. It's what they know that ain't so. And what I'm saying, this will not change lives. Yes, you'll see a building. You see buildings all over the county and the town. Yes, you'll see the top of a white pole. That's what you'll see. Will it ruin your life? You know, after this past year, this whole country has gone through, if looking at a pole ruined my life last year, I wish that was the least of my worries. I wish that was the least of my worries. Wireless was made more important than ever last year. Folks were having to work from home. Folks were having to educate their children from home. The value of the networks was made paramount. Also, the need for the networks and the need also for the wireless carriers to be preemptive. They sense the problem, get the infrastructure in. What are we? We're infrastructure, just like power, just like water, just like sewer. The beauty of our infrastructure, instead of having to run every linear foot to someone's house, we can position some towers, and they're part of a network. As you see, there are other towers in place here. The closest tower, which is 2.58 miles away, is American Tower. It's a 250-foot self-support, three-sided lattice tower. We're doing 150-foot concealed. I'm going to let Keith pick up on anything I left off. One thing I did, the very nice lady, we have no guy wires. I want to be clear on that. This is not a guide tower. This is a concealed monopole. Keith, did I miss anything? Because I might have.
Engineered wind speed is what the county and building codes.
Right. Yeah. Again, certified by the North Carolina professional engineer, Mr. Plavinzak. It is required under the ANSI TIH 222H. We met the standards for Brunswick County, which is equivalent to the IPC 2018. So in every case, this took a lot to put together. This was a big book. I think Chad at every stage in the town were so helpful in helping us get it right. But I feel in the end, we did get it right. I feel that we met 7.30. You know, one thing Mike said, he said about tree canopy. The ordinance says when feasible. We did our best job here. We didn't build, ordinance allows me up to 200 feet. I didn't do it, not asking for that. We compressed it down. Take a look at 7.30 and see, did I make the test? I'm making no friends today, but I feel I met your ordinance. Thank y'all.
Sir, before you go, can you rebut the comment that 7.30 requires certification by a structural engineer as opposed to a PE?
I absolutely can. If you look, I think he was referring to, this is section Q8. Excuse me, let me get the right section. It is Q8K. And if I'll take you to section 730 Q8K, a structural engineering certification signed and sealed by an active, registered North Carolina professional engineer.
Go to 7.30B as in Bravo. Or I'm sorry, 7.
We are not allowed
Excuse
to
me,
have
sir.
any.
Mike, you'll have an opportunity to rebut his comment, but I assume you're directing me to the booklet which you provided?
No, this is to the ordinance. This is actually to the Sunset Beach ordinance, K. This is in the ordinance is page 7 of 27, the bottom of that page. A structural engineering certification signed and sealed by an active registered North Carolina professional engineer.
So you're reading it, so that requires a professional engineer only.
Yeah, I'm reading from your ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, if you want that exact,
Yeah, it's right here.
you have the section. Do you want the
That's right.
exact?
I have it right here.
7.30
Okay, it says
Q.
Carolina, Section K, professional engineer certifying structural integrity, correct?
And that was provided by Mr. Plevenczak, who is a North Carolina professional engineer.
Thank you.
His particular expertise is structural engineering, but in North Carolina, you get the seal of a PE.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
Sure.
address one thing I think Mr. Yates made left out. So one comment that was made of, why don't you go somewhere else? Obviously, all the technical reasons, I think Jonathan kind of covered what Stephen said. So I wanted to just so all these existing structures that are there, I want to draw a circle around it. They are like 10 foot apart. You want to go to this part, no structure there. There's no coverage there. Excuse me, thank you very much. So if you look at the existing structures on the booklet it's in your packet there, you can draw a circle around them. They cover the close vicinity by them. This side doesn't cover all the way over here. This side doesn't cover all the way over here. Like I said, just imagine like umbrellas at a party. So, and you can't just automatically say, well, I want to cover this area. Well, we don't want it here, so you got to go. There's a technical reason why you've got to be where you've got to be. So you take that technical reason and you start doing your research. Well, town of Sunset Beach, we have to locate an MB1. Well, that's what we're located. It's not residential zoned. It's MB1 zoning. So it's the same zoning where you could put a Sunoco gas station. You could put a lot of other uses in this same MB1 zoning where we're located. So I want to clarify that we're not, we've located there for a reason, multiple reasons, when you start overlaying all the requirements and everything else like that. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood we just can't go somewhere else.
I understand. So what you're saying is there's no place within a 2,000-foot radius, be it in Calabash or Sunset Beach, that would allow this tower to be constructed and get you the same coverage that you're intending to provide?
I couldn't say it better myself. I could not say it better myself. That is correct.
Keith, thank you. That's one thing, and I forget a lot of things. We've heard a lot about the area, but we have to look at this property, what it's zoned. It's zoned MB1. It's mainly business one. In the 2017 in the CAMA plan, mixed use was the recommendation. Commercial, office, retail, limited residential. Chad went through that. We're on a commercial piece of property, and we meet 7.30. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone who objects to this or has public comment may now rebut comments that were made by the applicant.
Mr. Chair, they're not entitled to rebut.
I'm sorry?
The public is not entitled to rebut.
So this says that there's not a possibility of objector's rebuttal?
That would be someone with standing, and the evidentiary portion is closed, so this was strictly limited to the public comment period. The applicant can provide their rebuttal, but after that, it's closed.
Okay, well, thank you, Michael. I'm sorry. I guess I've read this incorrectly.
So I'm not allowed to say 7.30D is a delta, and that's where it falls for a licensed and certified structural engineer?
Well, you just did, but you're not allowed to.
30 seconds.
I'm sorry, Mike, I'm sorry. I've got to follow the rules here. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point at which my obligation is to summarize the evidence that has been provided. The applicant has provided their application, which we are told complies in all respects, but it appears that there is now some question as to whether certain elements there have been resolved. We've also heard a substantial amount of comments from the public that indicate their issues. The obligation of this board, based on this document from the state of North Carolina, says that we, as the board, cannot issue a special use permit unless we are satisfied that it will not materially endanger public health and safety, that it will meet all required conditions, that it will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties, and that the location and character of that proposal is in harmony with the area. And obviously reasonable people are going to disagree. Some questions have been raised. Number one, regarding whether this property is in compliance with stormwater regulations. Some other questions have been raised regarding title, which I think is an outside of our capabilities here. It is clear that people are doing this to make money, which, by the way, we're in a capitalist society and people are allowed to make money. We've tried to establish whether there are alternative sites available which could provide the services which are alleged to be required. And we've been provided with about 150 pages of additional documents here, including this Google Earth thing dated February 4th, 2019, which I think would solve your issue, Dave. And so I'm going to ask the members of the board whether they feel that at this point, given the weight of the information that we have been provided with and the need to resolve particularly 10 different questions about whether there has been compliance by the applicant, whether they feel that they are in a position to rule on this at this point in time. And Bruce, let me start with you.
Yes, I believe I can make a decision at this point.
Okay. Veronica?
Yes.
John?
Is it okay to say no? I don't think I can make a decision right now.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be totally transparent and honest.
Yeah.
Do you believe you have enough information at this point in time? Understand that the nature of the Board of Adjustment is it can say yes, and it can say no, and it can say yes conditionally.
Yeah, I understand that.
So do you feel that you have adequate information at this point to determine whether this permit should be granted either as it stands or conditionally?
Definitely conditionally. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably where I stand.
All right. I am frankly concerned at the amount of information that has been provided here, because we have an obligation to fairly weigh this all. And I understand that there are a lot of people that don't want one of these things near where they live. You know, I don't want one in my backyard. But one of the things that people have to understand is there are times where public requirements exceed somebody's what they'd like to have on their own property. I guess the question that I would have right now is, Bruce, are there any questions that you would like to ask either of the applicant or any other party.
One question pertains to the wetlands designation. Can this be built on the plot, given there's a wetlands issue?
I'll defer to the applicant, but I'll also state that in the Army Corps of Engineers, if there is any wetland delineation, there will be a permit that has to be provided before that can take place.
So you cannot issue a permit?
It's a United States Army Corps of Engineer delineates and issues that permit, and I'll defer to the applicant.
So we had Applied Resource Management, our environmental company, look at our site, and we are outside of the wetlands. We are not in the wetlands, we are outside of it, and they made a clear review of our site and confirmed that, and we have the core paperwork that we've completed, what we call a dry form. We have not submitted it yet because we didn't have these approvals, but at one point we will. So
That's my question.
Veronica, any questions for you?
Regarding the wetlands question.
What?
You just asked.
No.
There's an issue on the wetlands.
Are we?
You just asked.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, this
not
is
appropriate.
public comment, right? Public comment's been closed.
Public comment is over. It's discussion, board discussion time.
Thank you. Michael, I'm sorry.
Was I not a party that could cross-examine?
The public comment period is not a period for parties with
I'm not
standing
saying
to
it's a
cross.
public comment. It's not a public comment. Was I not a party that could cross-examine?
Sir, this isn't the time for that discussion. The evidentiary portion of the hearing is over. So even though you had standing during that period, that is not the time for now.
One of the board members had a question regarding wetlands. He heard one side of the wetland story. He didn't hear the other side of the wetland.
That doesn't change the procedural nature of the hearing.
That is not parliamentary there. Parliamentary procedure, you don't know what you're doing here to this meeting.
It's a question being, how deep are your foundations?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would advise the board to just deliberate among yourselves and not address the public and not allow the public to address you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Council has advised, with all due respect, that we avoid any further discussion of public comment. Veronica, do you have any questions?
I do. I would like to know how the stormwater drainage issues are going to be addressed.
I can also somewhat speak to that as well. North Carolina State and County Stormwater will have to be issued by both parties, both outside agencies, before work can commence for this project. Now, it will be pertaining to this project, and Mr. Brown, if you would like to address anything I missed on that.
no, he said it exactly. Before we turn dirt, we've got to complete a stormwater permit application. Now it's based upon our.
There's a microphone there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you get close to it.
My apologies. We will perform the stormwater permitting with NCDNR just like we all, or DEQ now, whatever they call themselves, as we always have with all these projects. So they'll review our project and determine, what requirements are. It is a state requirement that I think the city or county actually make sure we go through.
I can say this, it's up to the applicant, but there can be a condition made if the board would like to address that to the applicant, if the applicant's willing to submit the state county stormwater permits along with a letter stating that they don't need wetland delineation. I'll let them make that decision if that's okay.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So,
Well, that was I understand what you're saying. Considering my background, but that's the key for me is when we need to see the stormwater. And for me personally, I like to see the stormwater and how that's going to affect other residents before you even can get the permit, for, sign off.
So I can address the board and Mr. Brown on this. If you're approving the use, you're approving the special use of the permit. However, as a condition, after if the board was to approve this, a condition could be made that before staff could issue a zoning permit or a building permit, that those documents would have to be submitted to town.
Yeah, because I think you're saying it better than I would say it. But
And that's kind of, I kind of alluded to that. That's kind of the way most
You'd be the only-
municipalities handle it.
And the reason why I say that is because my UDO does not address any kind of outside agency submittals
Exactly.
before the use,
Before the use.
before the approval of the use is approved. However, on the back end, I mean, they start clearing dirt or doing anything before state and county permit is
Problematic.
pulled. It's those are state and county agencies that can come down harder on me than I could to them. So they know what they have to do, but it could be a condition where those permits have to be submitted to me before a building or an additional zoning permit could be issued.
That's the way it normally
Yeah,
happens.
I get that. That's what I was just asking.
I wish I could put the cart in front of that horse, but I really can't.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
John, do you have any other questions?
The only other one I had was that, if it's a 2,000-foot cell tower, what is the justification for the current ATMC tower being already standing if you can't, build one? And you guys keep saying on your charts that it's,
What and I apologize.
the one that is standing there is a ATMC tower. I don't know what it's used for. Is that just radio waves, or is that cell tower, or versus that cell tower?
So are you the 60-foot tower on the water used for Brunswick County utilities? Is that the pole you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess it was read that it needs to be 2,000 foot away from another cell tower, which is fine. I'm just asking, do we know what the use of that ATMC tower is for?
So it's not ATMC tower.
Okay, Brunswick Utilities.
It's Brunswick Utilities, and it's extremely tiny, 60 feet. We had our engineer review it. It won't meet the height requirement. It won't meet the setback requirement, and it won't handle the loading.
But do we know what it's used for?
It's used for Brunswick Utilities for their repeat, so they can monitor that lift station.
Gotcha.
So all it's doing is sending telemetry back to their control system. So they're just monitoring that lift station, getting gallons per minute, alarms, any kind of issues, things like that. That's what
So it's not a current cell tower, is what you're
No,
saying?
sir, it's not.
Okay.
It's a private network.
That's what it was stated to us up here, which I made a note of, saying you can't have another cell tower within
Correct.
2,000 feet.
It's not
Okay.
a cell tower. It's a private municipal system.
All right.
Okay. The only other question that I have here, there was a comment made about getting the assessor in to make a comment. Understand that the requirement is that approval of permit will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. So it doesn't say that it will not injure the value. It's clear to, I think, anyone, with a cranial process, that if you have to choose between a house with a cell tower nearby or one that doesn't have a cell tower, it's a pretty easy choice. But do you have any experience, Chad, with actually having the assessor come in and making some estimation of what effect might be if a cell tower were erected?
The only thing I can attest to that is that the applicant did bring an appraiser.
Correct. Well, the applicant did bring an appraiser. I will tell you that I have briefly reviewed that. I used to teach appraisal, by the way, so I had a pretty good idea what he did. And, the fact that he indicated that values have gone up, notwithstanding a cell tower,
If you're asking
doesn't
me, what
convince
about like the town bringing in an expert to talk about it? If that's the
correct.
pleasure of the board, y'all can make that decision. It's not my decision to weigh really in on that. If y'all feel like y'all have evidence to make the decision, you can do that. If you feel like you need additional evidence, I'll have to look at procedures and talk to staff and see what bringing in, Wes, if I can ask you a question real quick. Wes McLeod is with the Cape Fear Council of Governments. Can staff bring in witnesses to testify on behalf of evidence, stuff like this? Okay.
Opposing party
Yeah,
or
Wes,
the
if he
applicant?
can bring you up to a mic, can I bring you up to the podium?
Thank you, Wes.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Wes McLeod, Cape Fear Council of Governments. Yes, typically that's going to be up to the parties. You, as Board of Adjustment, you take into account the evidence that's presented to you. So you have one appraiser's report, and you don't have anything, to contest that. So, unless any of you are appraisers, basically you're taking that report as evidence and as factual evidence. Does that make sense?
Okay, but the question is whether a precondition to any possible approval would be getting the other side of the story from a county assessor.
So that could be something that you could request that be included in the UDO, but it's not now. So you've got to go by what the requirements are. So, if the town needed to amend the UDO in the future to say that it must also include a presentation or some material for Brunswick County tax assessor as to this proposed use, or that the town have that information, that's fine, but that's not necessarily something that is a requirement now.
And so we're unable to make that a precondition were we to consider granting the permit, correct?
Well, I mean, you guys are not in a position to oppose evidence that's necessarily been provided to you, correct? And so by doing that, that's kind of what you would be doing. You have evidence. I don't believe that you're not going to take into account that report. So, you don't have anything to contest otherwise. You can also ask counsel as well, but that's similar to that training that we provided about you guys are the independent party taking into account the evidence that's presented in front of you. You're not out pulling together evidence yourselves.
Okay. Wes, if I've read your rules here correctly, this says that all parties may offer objections, corrections, or addition to the chair's summary of evidence. I assume that excludes public comment.
It's only people withstanding.
Only people withstanding.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. I guess I'll speak first. I am inclined to reject this based on the public outpouring of negativity about this. However, I also recognize that I represent the town and that we have a legal responsibility to grant the ability to someone that legally owns the property, complies in all respects with required conditions, and meets the burden of proof regarding materially endangering the public health and this question about substantially injuring the value of adjoining properties. Therefore, I am going to propose to my board members that I personally would be willing to approve this request conditionally upon, number one, the confirmation by the state that the parcel is in all respects in compliance with all stormwater and other legal requirements regarding the operation of the property. Number two, I would want absolute confirmation, and I would require some work with the staff, that the issues that have been raised by Mr. Dickman have been properly dealt with, because we cannot approve an application that is incomplete or inaccurate. Thirdly, I would want confirmation that there is a bond or letter of credit posted to the town of Sunset Beach to cover the potential costs of abandonment and taking down this facility if it ever is in fact abandoned. I guess I have to make my own decision regarding reduction in value. So those would be the three preconditions, board, that I would be willing to conditionally approve this upon based on the information that we have. And Veronica, let me ask you what your beliefs are at this point before we take a vote.
I can certainly understand the concerns of, everyone who will be impacted by this, by having to look at this tower, and I certainly wouldn't want it in my backyard either. However, the property is zoned MB1, and I believe that the applicant has met the burden of proof on UDO 7.3. So I do agree with the first condition that you proposed regarding the wetlands. I believe that the applicant has, provided some information regarding the surety bond in this information someplace. I did see that. So I think that that's there. So I am inclined to approve the application.
Okay. Bruce.
I believe the applicant has met the requirements of the ordinance in all regards. I would agree with the condition that they meet the stormwater requirements and the wetland delineation. Confirm that. Other than that, I believe they've met the requirement.
Okay, so you are not inclined to confirm that the bond exists regarding the costs of taking this down if it's ever abandoned?
That is in their submission. Okay. They have provided the bond, so as long as that is executed upon approval, then. But that has been proposed. That is in their submittal.
Yeah, it's in. It's now that I see it, it is in section 8. It's of course in draft, and it indicates a cost of $19,000. But that bond will be a precondition, so I would remove that. Bruce, in terms of staff confirmation, I mean, some points have been raised by third parties that this submission does not comply, and I think it's our obligation to
in which regard?
So we've dealt with wetlands. We've indicated that blending with trees is when possible. We've resolved the issue regarding structural engineers. There's a question regarding whether the landscaping requirements have been properly handled in terms of requiring a fence. There is an issue that there is a legal requirement for a survey of the tower site. Once again, Chad, I don't know if you've resolved that or not. I think we've resolved the drawings to scale. There was a question as to whether second tower could be built on a site that includes an existing tower. There was, and this took me by surprise. I was not aware that there was a requirement that no tower can be installed within 2,000 feet of an existing tower. And there clearly is a Brunswick Public Utilities tower hundreds of feet away. Chad, have I misunderstood that?
Yeah, I deemed it as a pump station with an antenna. it's a pump station with an antenna. That's how I deemed it in my interpretation with the UDO. To my expertise as the UDO administrator and the planning director for Sunset Beach, it does meet the satisfaction of the UDO. If you will want, I mean, the bond is in there, the requirements for the state stormwater permit and wetland delineation. And again, another outside agency permit they're going to have to work with would be NCDOT as well. There is an access already there.
Okay.
But again, these are all outside agencies that are not requirement to be submitted before the approval of the use. I mean, after this hearing, this doesn't go away from me talking to Mr. Yates and the applicant. I still continue to work with him throughout the process of the tower being built, along with its function as it exists in the town of Sunset Beach, if that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay. And was the comment that there's no specification on power output required, is that valid?
Repeat that again.
There was a comment that the regs required that they specify the power output of the repeaters that
You can make a condition that it meets the conditions to require that it is in compliance with the UDO, if that's what you would like to do.
I thought that there was something in the documents provided that suggested that there was something like 1 microwatt of output that was 2.5%.
That's a little bit beyond my expertise. I mean,
Yeah.
if that would go back to the applicant, I can continue to work with him, or if you've got a question for him now, that's well beyond my expertise of being able to provide an answer to you for that.
Yeah, believe me, I'm not a professional
Yeah, I mean,
engineer
if
or a
it,
specialist either.
He would have to meet the federal requirements of his radio license.
yes, I mean, and that's
and
FCC
the
guidelines.
ANSI standards, so that is not an issue.
Bruce, I thought that was included in this package.
It is,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
And it's satisfactory. I am a professional engineer.
Ah, thank you. Where were you when I needed you?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just
Jennifer?
remind the board that you're only obligated to consider substantial, material, and competent evidence and weigh that evidence against the standards that currently exist in the UDO.
Okay.
You can put certain conditions on it, but you can't create requirements that aren't currently in the UDO for the applicant to meet, if that makes sense.
So the UDO clearly would require compliance with all laws and regulations, and that affects wetlands and stormwater, correct?
Right, so the board approving the special use is step one in a long line of permits and procedures that have to be gone through with other agencies, state agencies, and federal agencies. And so having a condition that they meet those permitting requirements is not necessary, because that is already going to have to happen before they can get subsequent permits, building permits, CAMA permits, and those kinds of things.
Right. Yeah, I don't expect anybody to stick a shovel in the ground tomorrow.
Right.
Okay. So I guess we're down to the precondition, presuming that this tower bond, because we just have a draft, would actually be issued. I guess we're down to the proposal to issue the special use permit conditionally upon absolute confirmation of compliance with all wetlands and stormwater requirements. Is there anything else that I should add to that?
No.
No.
Okay, I think it's then time to call the question. All those in favor of approving the special use permit, subject to confirmation that absolute compliance with all wetlands and stormwater requirements is in place, please connote by saying aye.
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 Okay. That's all of us. There are no nays. And therefore, I believe the motion passes unanimously. That concludes this session. Thank you all for your time.
Yes, if you want to take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion adjourned. Second. So moved. Cindy?
Yes, they were presented in.
Yeah, they should be put into evidence. Sure, what's your number on 1 and 2, I guess?